One of the top Ram dealers on the West Coast is our huge Ram inventory, with over 400 available, including those hard-to-find heavy duties.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobbletDodge.com. Nobody beats Hobblet, period.
13,500 net savings on select new 2026 Ram 2500 Limited Longhorns after 1,500 factory rebates. Discounts include 1,000 Hobblet business owner bonus with proof of business ownership. Rebates include 500 on-the-job upfit, much eligible upfit. Sample VIN 152135. 0% financing for 36 months, only available through SFS for well-qualified buyers in lieu of all rebates. $27.77 per thousand borrow. See dealer for details.
Co-hosts of the wildly popular Bad Friends podcast, Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee.
Wow, I can't even believe that this is real right now.
Yeah, dude.
I feel like this is a scam. It's going to explode on you.
No.
Live Saturday, March 14th, the venue at Thunder Valley.
Do you know what the three colors on the Irish flag stand for?
What?
The hair, the skin, the soul.
Oh, is that what liquor does to your soul?
Yeah, turns you green.
Buy tickets now. Visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee.
Oh, this is like...
That's top notch.
Spring is here, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings, plus get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
A's fans, the 2026 season is coming fast, and single game tickets are on sale now. Be there for an exciting season packed with theme days, giveaways, and firework nights, including bobbleheads, jerseys, hats, and much more. And getting in is easier than ever. Tickets start at just $8 for select April and May games. From opening day to unforgettable summer nights, there's something for everyone at the ballpark. Get your tickets today at athletics.com/tickets and be part of the excitement this 2026 season.
KHD KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
This is the Drive, baby!
The Drive Guys, Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles. It's drive time with the Drive Guys.
It's Friday the 13th. Alan, you being a baseball players are notoriously superstitious. So you must have had some superstitions as a ball player, things you avoided.
Oh, yeah.
Some of those I know people like, you don't like to talk about them.
No. I'm pretty hardcore in general, but baseball-wise, obviously you don't step on the line. That's number one. That's the clear one. Even though I do see managers, not players, but I see managers, guys like that. I see them step on the line. And, it is what it is. Actually, for River Cats, I'll walk out whoever's throwing the first pitch. And the one time I did not say it to somebody who, I throw first pitches all the time, stepped all over the line.
Yeah.
I didn't get that. But the only other thing I did was if I got a hit, right, and partly because I'd be on base, if I got a hit, I would put both batting gloves in my left cheek. Right, my left cheek pocket, right? If I didn't get a hit, obviously they'd be both 1-1 because I just went back to the dugout. But if I got a hit, I would always start putting my left glove on first, right? So if I got a hit, I would, again, put it on my left glove first. If I got out, I would start putting it on my right glove first.
I see.
That's
How
what
did that start?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But, you just got to switch things up a bit.
Did you ever do the one that's in A League of Their Own where when they're on the bus and they go past a cemetery, you got to cross your fingers when you go past a boneyard? You ever do that one?
No.
Yeah, I'd never heard of that one before.
No, I know.
Must be an old baseball superstition.
No, I know, yeah, like the religious part of it, and we are in Lent, but the religious part, if you see like an ambulance drive by or you make the sign of the cross, but not for baseball or anything like that. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Well, pretty soon Kings fans are going to be dusting off their superstitions and their charms and their good luck habits because we'll be looking at that lottery.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be a very anxiety filled. I'm just sad, Whitey, because it's on Mother's Day and not because you got to split time with the beautiful mothers in our life, but also because we're not going to get to have I've been teasing this NBA draft lottery party for at least 8 months now, and we're not going to get to have it.
Why not?
Because it's on a weekend.
Yeah.
Why would they do that? I still don't understand.
Probably more numbers, more TV numbers. And I think NBC used to do that.
If you're doing that, then you better show us the real deal. I want to see each ping pong ball
That would be
bouncing
really
around.
boring, I think. I'm thinking that's why they don't do it. I'm with you.
I don't
I'd
think
like
it would
to
be
see
that
it, but-
boring, though.
But people that go to it, like I think, well, Jason Jones, you talked about that. People that have been to it say, yeah, there's no way you can, you could actually fix it, and they have videos online of it, but I don't think anybody really cares to watch it. It's pretty ponderous.
Well, then show me. I'll make
It's there. They do.
No.
You just have to go see it.
I will make the decision.
You want to see it live.
Yeah, I will tell you if it's boring or not. Let us decide.
Okay.
You don't tell us.
Because you can go back and look. I believe they post
That's
after the fact.
It sounds like, you know
Plus
what
you
that
can
sounds
dock
like?
to tapes.
You know what that sounds like? When you're trying to convince your kid to not do something, right? Oh, no. You don't want to do that, right? No. Trust me, that's no fun. You don't want to do that, but it's really not because you just don't want them to do it for whatever reason. Oh no, honey, you don't want to eat that rock. That's not fun. Don't do that. That's the same thing. That's what Adam's so he's treating us like children. Do not treat us. Don't patronize me.
That's like my wife and I. We were in college, weren't married yet, and we went to, was it Giorgio's? There's this pizza place in the Mission, San Francisco, and we were there. It was like Friday night at 11:30 at night or whatever. And we sit down, and this woman, very large woman who'd been there forever. She's like, "Okay, what do you want?" And that's the way she talked. And we said, "Oh, we want a large pepperoni with anchovies." She goes, "Oh no, you don't want an anchovy." I'll never forget that. She's like,
Just
no, you don't want an anchovy.
Just give me what I want. Just give me what I want. Some of these restaurants now that are almost, I think I got pretty, I don't want to say elitist taste, but I'm a bit of a foodie. But even myself, some of these high-end restaurants, sometimes they give you too many directions. This happened to us maybe a couple months ago, one of the most well-known places to eat in Sacramento, and it just goes a little bit too far when they're trying to tell you, no, you're going to eat in this order. No, okay.
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
you can recommend this to me,
right?
But I'll eat in the order that I want to eat.
I'm giving you money for the right to eat what I want when I want it.
I get it, but sometimes the recommendation just goes, or don't judge me if I don't take the recommendation. Now, I feel bad sometimes if I ask a server, hey, what would you like here, right? Or, hey, choose between these two. They choose, and then you pick the other thing. That's different. I didn't ask you. I get it's part of the experience.
Yeah.
But just kind of let me rock a little bit.
I had that happen once. We were at a restaurant in Santa Cruz, and pasta place, I guess it was a little upscale. I don't know. We took our girls, and everyone ordered the pasta, and I think I ordered salmon ravioli or something. And the guy's putting Parmesan and stuff, and he looks at me, he's like, we don't put Parmesan on that.
Wow.
He didn't ask me.
Right.
He just looked at me like, we don't do that. And it's like, well, I didn't even ask for it.
Yeah.
He was like browbeating me, didn't even give me the chance.
But then now I want it.
Yeah.
Right? Now, no, you're
well,
gonna,
you do today.
Yeah, you do today. Right? Now, that's different to me than if you go somewhere and they say, hey, we only do burgers medium. That's a little bit different to me. Because
that's a policy, and you let me know. Okay.
Sure. But if it's, hey, well, we're going to tell you how to spend your money, the hell you are.
Well, I didn't mean to lead you down that path
Well,
of
we're here
frustration
now.
because you should be running a victory lap today, given that the Big 12 is swapping out their LED court for hardwood for the rest of the conference tournament.
I still believe in the basketball gods.
Yeah.
I still believe in the basketball gods.
They have acquiesced to your wishes.
Yeah.
You have bent them to your will.
I mean, it was just too much, right? What are we talking
somebody
about?
got hurt.
That too. But we could have avoided this if you just do the normal thing. Be the Big East. Be really any other conference. When I saw AJ DeBonsa dunk and the whole thing lit up like Mario Kart, it was enough. Ridiculous. And I thought it was cool. Don't get me wrong. During the break, I pointed to you. I said, Whitey, look at that, because they were showing highlights on the court.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I saw it last night watching the Kansas game.
Right.
TCU, I think they played, and somebody dunks, and then it's like just the inside the three-point line lights up or something.
But again, the best view of that is on TV, and you could just run highlights. Nobody in that arena is, wow, let me watch the highlights on the floor, because you can't see it that well. So you're just doing stuff to do it. It's not actually serving a purpose. Very similar to your gripe about the PlayStation 5 looking game that we've been seeing on NBC Sports where they highlight people, and it's just a lot.
Yeah, it's Christian Anderson, Texas Tech, who's expected to go maybe middle of the first round, and he slipped and he injured his groin.
Yeah.
And now they're going, maybe we're just going to go back to the hardwood. That's terrible.
And now you got to flip it because they're playing every single day. And here's the other thing, Whitey. It's not as if, we play one game and we're done. Guys like AJ DeBanton, I got to continue to give him his flowers. He's now the betting favorite on most kind of betting outlets to go first overall instead of Darren Peterson. And I think it just swapped last night. There's going to be a lot of flipping and flopping throughout March here.
Yeah,
but
the decision highlights the importance of balancing innovation with athlete welfare in high-stakes sporting events. No, if there's any question about whether it's safe for players, you don't do it.
Exactly. We shouldn't have to be here.
There's no trick to balancing that.
We shouldn't have to be here. But on top of that, it's not as if this is a random tournament for a weekend. Whitey, these boys are out here, AJ DeBanton, with all this money on the line, playing 40 minutes a night on that inline roller rink.
Right.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, the basketballs should be good enough. You're the Big 12.
Yes.
You've got the best players in the country. We don't need the bells and whistles and the flashing lights.
Send that. I was going to bring up a conference, but nobody deserves it because someone got hurt. But if there's a smaller conference that you want to try it out on, that doesn't even sound right. Just don't do it.
Try it out during one of the November holiday tournaments or something, right?
Right. And maybe they did. I don't know, but I don't recall that.
The Kings had a rough night lottery-wise last night. They didn't play, of course, but the Pacers, Wizards, and Nets all lost, Alan. So it's getting dicier and dicier for the Kings and for anybody who wants to see the Kings end up with the best lottery odds that they can.
I'm just going to continue waving the flag that people, and love Jordy. We're wishing him the best, but people need to get on this. People need to get on Brooklyn more. Because they're not there. It doesn't even look like they're trying. Did you see that clip yesterday, Whitey, when some dude just literally waltzed into the lane and dunked it and Brooklyn just didn't do anything? And I know they're being protected.
I've seen a lot of that this year.
No, I know, but they're being protected because the team stinks. But at some point here, here's the thing, though, Whitey. They've gotten bad luck. 2024 doesn't even come up on their basketball reference. But they drafted 8 in 2025, 21 in 2023, and then 27. So maybe they're further back because of that James Harden, Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving deal and however they got those guys and what they had to give up. But funny enough, they're not in, and I'm assuming they traded for somebody. They got somebody in 2024, but it wasn't a great draft. Funny enough, we always joke about the Kings, and we talk more about them being in the Western Conference. But just if you look at the NBA as a whole, I think the Kings are in a tough spot. I think the Nets are in an awful position. Awful. Yeah, sure. Trade for, and I know they got something back for Cam Johnson, trade for Michael Porter Jr., you're not going to get a great first because he's going to go to a contender. Maybe nobody's talking about them because honestly, what do you want them to do? It's not as if they're the Wizards and they got a couple top 5 picks. They don't even have that.
The Wizards lost in overtime last night.
Yeah.
They made it closer than it needed to be lost in overtime to Orlando. There have been reports for years, you've probably seen them, that the net strategy has been, we're going to get Giannis. So that's been what they've kind of waiting for. I don't know. Maybe they're at the point now where they realize that ain't happening, or maybe they think, we're closer than ever. But you got the Nets at 17-49, Washington 16-49, Sacramento 16-51, Indiana 15-51. The Kings are too far down this road now, this path, to even start thinking about the high road. I hope they're not. You have the second worst record in the league. I know it gets tough. You have to make some tough decisions when you're playing a team like Indiana. It's like, man, they're really good at tanking.
Yeah.
What are we going to do? But at this point, if you were to abandon the tank and say, and I don't have any reason to think they're doing this, but if they were to think, we're not doing that, we will not tank like that. No, at this point, you got to be all in.
Yes.
You have to be all in.
Yeah. Everybody.
It's too late to change your mind now.
Yeah. Everybody that has, quote unquote, taken the high road, they're not in a position to not take the high road, or they're too far gone. Let's go through the teams. The Suns, we're taking the high road. Well, you don't have first-round picks, and you're having a surprisingly good season. Let's see what you'd be saying if you had a pick or if you were having a rough season. Good for them. They're going to be in the play-in. They're going to be a 6, 7 seed, whatever it is. Or, maybe they sneak and they're probably going to lose in the first round. So good for you. Take that playoff revenue. Now let's talk about the Heat, right? And the Heat, Eric Spoelstra kind of coming out, throwing some strays at the Wizards. And again, the Heat, we can applaud them for never being in the tank, but you're also Miami, right? You are resting on the shoulders of a champion or of championships you won with LeBron James.
To your point, the more I think about that, what Spoelstra said about the Wizards, the more I like it. Because basically he was saying, how dare you question our credibility with what you're doing this year? That's why I went after him. We'll do it 15, what you could do at 1.
Yeah.
It's like, how dare you?
No, and I don't have a problem with what he said. I'm just saying they're in different positions than a team from Sacramento, a team from Memphis. DC is actually a weird one because it is market-wise, it's very confusing, but we understand they're just in a tough spot, and we'll see what they do next season. But the teams that have spoken out against tanking, none of them are in the same position as the teams that are tanking outside of maybe Brooklyn. But Brooklyn, honestly, here's the thing about Brooklyn. Teams like Brooklyn are also confusing because you would never get Sacramento or Memphis would never find themselves in a situation where you had Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and James Harden all teaming up. So I think you could bag on a organization like Brooklyn for not finding a way to figure it out. I know, to your point, Whitey, they haven't really dug into the tank because they had the white whale of they had Kevin Durant, of Giannis. But these teams that don't even have anything like that, like a Memphis, I throw Portland in there as well, like a Sacramento, teams like that, they're just in completely different spots. So look, I know how people feel about certain things, and I get caught up in it too, Whitey, but a wise man once said, look, I don't speak on other people unless I really, truly try to walk in their shoes. And Miami talking about tanking when you are Miami. Whitey, we went to Miami, my wife and I, we weren't married yet at the time, and the prices in Miami are ridiculous. It's a different world out there. It's the biggest vacation spot arguably in the U.S. So I don't need you talking about tanking. And Phoenix, I don't need you talking about tanking because you don't have picks.
Right. I'm with you. But in that case, I think Spoelstra was really talking more about them than tanking.
No, I get you.
Yeah,
I get you. Right. Well, if you're the Wizards.
But I agree with you.
If you're the Wizards, stop it.
By the way, speaking of, circumstances that make it more attractive for players to go to this city or that city, did you see that the state of Washington has voted now on their first income tax called the millionaire's tax, and the Seattle Seahawks are not happy about it.
No, they're not.
Doesn't go into effect, I think, assuming that it actually carries through till 28. But that's been a big selling point for them.
Well, and now, you put them in the same obviously, and everybody always, every time we bring up taxes, well, California actually, Texas, we're not trying to get into that. But to that point, when you have used something, to your point, Whitey, even going back to college, back in the day when, hey, well, our facilities look like this and all the other teams don't. And now all of a sudden, well, all the facilities are nice. So what's your selling point now?
Yeah.
You have to change your marketing strategy.
Yeah. So, we'll see how they deal with that. What did you think of the way the top players played last night? Peterson, AJ, Boozer, Flemings all played in conference tournament action last night.
Yeah, we were still on when Boozer and DeBanza were playing, and Kingston Flemings. Got home, didn't catch all of
Your
the
guy
Kansas
Matt
game.
George is with you on Flemings. He's out on Kingston
I heard
Flemings.
that yesterday.
Out.
I heard that yesterday. I didn't hear him say out. I heard him say I'm not as high on Kingston Flemings as others. I think the point guard conversation, you're going to get a bunch of different answers. But as far as Darren Peterson is concerned, I don't know. I don't want to look too deep into this, but it does feel like something is off, almost like he's exhausted just from the season, not physically tired, and we can argue, well, he put himself in this position. We don't know that for sure, but I watch him and I just go back to that fateful game against BYU. And I don't know, just he's not playing, doesn't seem inspired. I know they won and, the post-game presser and everything, but it just feels like it's been a heck of a long season for him. Maybe I'm looking too deep into it, and I know his demeanor is pretty chill. He said he's kind of a lone wolf type of guy, the opposite of the banter or even Caleb Wilson from what we saw, just as far as their personality. Honestly, his personality would kind of fit in with the current Kings because they're all just kind of, yeah, maybe we'll win. We'll see. I'm kidding. But yeah, I don't know. It looks like there's some type of, well, Westbrook ain't like that, but it looks like there's just some type of, not joy, but I don't see a spark. He's just out there.
Who do you see the spark with or from?
The Banter. Like I said, Caleb Wilson. I mean, how can you not have it? Duke, the last time we saw him, Duke, North Carolina, that was just high-level basketball. Cam Boozer, to be fair, I would put Cam Boozer in that Darren Peterson category, but also that's kind of how Duke players are.
I'll tell you what drives me crazy about the way people are looking at A.J. DeBonsa and Darren Peterson. But before we get to that, 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140, it is time for a Friday edition of Check It with TC. What's up, TC? Happy Friday.
Man, happy Friday, Whitey. Alan, what's up, bro?
You tell us what's up. Yeah.
Hey, listen, tap it in, Ramsey. That's my dog. We was talking about it. So where I'm at with the Kings at, listen, I'm not going to let that game get in the way of me. AJ is still a pick, in my opinion. But also, Peterson looked nice, right? If he playing, the boy got game. So if he was the pick, he'd be the pick. If Cam Boozer's the pick, he's the pick. What I'm saying is I don't want to get caught up in where the Kings are falling. I know we came this far and all that, but we are where we are. And if it takes for the team to win a game or two here and there, and the young cats develop, and Max, Neek, Precious, and all these cats like that, and Doug's able to implement a few things in our coaching staff, I'm with that. And I said that is when the Kings fall, wherever they fall at in this draft, there's studs all over, right? You can get a point guard, A-Cuff, the boy from Arizona. He's Christian Anderson, that guy. Listen, Koa Pete, you know what I mean? Listen, it's guys all over this draft. The number one thing is hitting your pick wherever you pick and trying to trade back in. If I'm Perry, I'm hollering at OKC or one of these dudes that got one of those picks like the mid-round, and I'm doing something crazy like trading an unprotected next year or 28 pick. Hey, listen, this is unprotected, but I want to get that mid-round first round just to get two players in this draft in the first round, and we go from there. But I said that to say, Kings fans, don't get all bent out of shape for the team winning, bro, because wherever we land, we're going to pick a stud, bro, because this is a generational draft, and when they said that, they meant it, bro. It's some studs all over. That's all I got. Happy Friday.
Thank you, TC. The pick that you'd be talking about here is 14 would be Philadelphia's. It would convey to OKC. But the thing is, OKC, they didn't get to where they are by giving away stuff. So,
no.
Yeah, if they were open to doing that, you'd pay through the nose.
Somehow,
in theory,
somewhere.
yeah, it's a great idea. I just don't know that, OKC is going to say, yeah, Scott, how can we help you out?
Yeah.
You used to be here and we were the Sonics. Let's work something out for you.
Well, also, I mean, they already gave up a pick. That's how they got Jared McCain. So they've already I know they have picks coming, out of everywhere, but
yeah, as of right now, they'd have 14 and they'd get also 15 from the Clippers.
Yeah. So I mean, it's interesting.
So that'd be the team you'd be talking about.
It's also just a matter of, and we've talked about this before, it's also just a matter of roster with OKC.
Yeah.
We can't roster all these guys.
Yeah.
I mean, what a problem to have,
yeah.
mind you.
Yeah.
And that's why, I mean, I don't know. I know they just paid Jalen Williams, but I'm telling you, Whitey, every time I watch I've seen Jalen Williams play once. This whole season, not the one from Arkansas, the one from Santa Clara. I've seen him play once.
As long as he's ready for the postseason.
I guess. Well, he's getting paid to play the full season. Mm-hmm. And he just got that rookie max. So he needs to be out there. But look, I do want to go back, because going back to the Darren Peterson thing, it is funny when you think about it, because we had so many conversations when it was Harrison Barnes and De'Aaron Fox, the idea of, and I know you did it too, Whitey, as far as the conversations about, do the Kings need a dog? How many conversations did we hear? Do the Kings need a dog? Well, Trey Lyles fought Bobby Portis 3 years ago.
You went after Giannis once.
Right.
He tangled with Giannis.
Remember that one time, whenever that was? But funny enough, and it still sticks in my head.
By the way, that's what some are saying, not to mix sports here, but, Dre Greenlaw back because he brings that edge.
He brings that edge. Yeah. He brings that edge. And funny enough, to bring up Westbrook, and even outside of Westbrook, I know Dylan Cardwell's a little bit different because he's a fun-loving guy, but he obviously kind of brings the intensity too. What we've heard about Maxime and even Nick Clifford yamming on somebody a couple nights ago and staring at the bench, it does feel like and I think it's just part of the younger player culture, if you will, as we're watching World Baseball Classic and people are complaining about bat flips. Don't get me started on that. But it does feel like, Whitey, slowly but surely we will move away from that dog conversation. It feels like the younger players on the Kings do show more emotion than when we were looking at.
Hello, Larry.
When we were looking at De'Aaron Fox, right? Harrison Barnes, and then to throw in somebody like Keegan Murray. I think Domantas Sabonis has always been an interesting one because he shows his emotions, but it doesn't necessarily feel like people count him for whatever reason that is.
I appreciated that TC said he would pick AJ, but he said, look, if Peterson's the pick, that's the pick. It drives me crazy the way some of us look at these two players, and we don't really know anything about them other than watching them play, and we read a little bit. And I just noticed there's this narrative now around here where everyone is starting to project a lot of positive things towards AJ. And maybe they're right, but oh man, he went to the small school. He wants to go to a small program. He'd be perfect here. And man, what great character. And Darren Peters like, yeah, boy, he doesn't play in all the games. Okay, maybe some of that's true. Maybe it's not. I just think it's a little too convenient to assume those things from afar.
Well, I mean, and that's why I don't even necessarily feel comfortable the closer we get to the draft, because just like everybody, you brought up Dre Greenlaw. All the Niner fans last season, man, good thing we moved off of Dre. Yesterday, Whitey, last night, hey, we got Dre back. We back. If the Kings get the second pick or the first pick and take Darren Peterson, there will be people that are upset, but there are going to be a ton of people that will find a way. Man, actually, I went back and watched some Darren Peterson film. No, that boy nice.
Yeah, more on how the Kings get to where they need to get to. Also, for the first time ever, Alan, I'm starting to lean towards college basketball being better than the pros, and I've never felt that way before. What's going on? Next, Sactown Sports. Happy Friday. Remember, we're trying to have fun today because it's Friday, damn it.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sactown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sactown Sports app.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young. Turnpike Troubadours. Dylan Scott and more. Line dancing, mechanical bulls, and food trucks. Make it a lucky night out of live country music and dancing for your crew. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Residence Inn Cal Expo and Gornick Academy. More info at CITPFest.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
In golf, a tee can refer to the area where you hit your opening shot on any hole, or it can be the little piece of wood or plastic that holds your ball off the ground so you can hit your tee shot. Now, if you're not already confused, let me try harder. In earlier times, golfers made tees from little heaps of sand, and the sand was kept in little boxes called tee boxes, which gives us the historical connection and gets us back to where we started. Various types of reusable tees were invented over the years, made of rubber, cork, or paper. But the first commercial tee like we know today was the Ready Tee, invented by an American dentist in 1921. It was white wood with red tops, so they were easy to find. Today's tees are made of wood or plastic and come in many colors, and there are anti-slice tees, friction-free tees, brush tees, flexible tees, and even biodegradable tees. I'm partial to a tee with contrasting color measuring points, so my ball is teed up the same height every time. Check your local pro shop for lots of choices. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Live and local, it's the Drive Guys. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sactown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sactown Sports app.
Spencer Lampkins in the chat says TC must have had a long week. He's pretty chilled today. It's the time change, Alan.
Yeah. It didn't really...
it's also earlier in the show.
It didn't affect me. I felt like the week flew by.
Really?
Last week, I can't lie to you. Last week, it felt like it was Tuesday for like 3 days. But this week, I woke up and it was Wednesday. So I don't know. Maybe it affected me in a different way, but I definitely don't feel like I'm dragging. It just feels like everything got accelerated.
Feels like a nice, happy Friday. Things are humming along.
Yeah, I was actually up when the time change happened. So I watched my phone go from 1 o'clock in the morning.
You're just
to
on
3
your phone?
in the morning. I was finishing. What did I just finish? Well, we finished Untamed on Netflix, and then yesterday or a couple days ago, we finished. What was it on HBO? It was a good one though.
The Max.
Task.
Yeah.
Task.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah, I meant to say The Pit. You're watching The Pit now, right?
Well,
On
I can
HBO
get
Max.
to that now because
Yeah.
I just finished Task. It was good on HBO.
Mm-hmm. We have a final today, Big Ten tournament quarterfinal. Wisconsin 91, Illinois 88 in overtime. Sorry about that, Tony Ray Harvey. And your guy, Keaton Wagler, 43 minutes. He was 8 of 18, 1 of 6 on threes. He finished with 19 points in the overtime loss. Andrei Stojakovic, 32 minutes, had 17 points for the Fighting Illini.
How many?
Yeah.
What did he do from 3-point land?
Andre?
Because he doesn't shoot, right?
He's 1 for 2.
Okay. Because I thought that was the whole thing with him. Obviously, he's Paige's son, but he doesn't really shoot. But he still gets buckets, so it's a bit confusing.
Okay. Yeah, he had 7 rebounds. Did Andrei Stojakovic.
How many years does he have left? He's just been, and I'm not hating. I'd do it too, but he's been all around the world.
Here we're talking about, it's a nice Friday, and that guy.
No, he's
a junior.
Oh, he's got one more, baby. Well, I think he hit the SEC next. He was at Stanford, now Illinois. Now hit the SEC. Just hit every corner.
Don't forget he went to Cal last year, too.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now you got to go SEC to finish it out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. By the way, something came up just before we came back to break about Kevin Hart and his son. His son got a scholarship.
Yeah, his son recently committed to University of Tennessee for track and field.
Yes. And then you and Ramsey are going back and forth about how tall Kevin Hart is.
Yes.
Ramsey say he's 5'2"? Kevin Hart.
We were trying to figure out how tall his son was because there was a picture when he committed to UT, and we thought, oh, well, I mean, he looked at least 5'10", but it's hard to tell with Kevin Hart.
His son has been taller than him for a long time, but 2 years ago, Kevin Hart was on 60 Minutes, and he said he's 5'5".
See?
So now most people say, 5'4", but I don't think he's 5'2". But I don't know. I haven't measured him, and I don't really care that much.
Yeah, I'm curious. Obviously, those types of sports, whether it's track and field or gymnastics, because you got to get kind of going so young as far as your career is concerned. I'm fascinated as to what his kid will do, because that's the whole thing, Whitey, when we have kind of Nepo baby conversations. I know a lot of these schools got money, but, you know, you got to earn your way when it comes to sports once you get to that high of a level.
Mm-hmm. By the way, TR the Star says Larry Styles is an elitist.
I'm not an elitist. If I was an elitist...
You have elitist leanings.
No. If I was elitist, I would let them tell me what to eat.
Yeah, but I can tell. I agree to the extent that you kind of have leanings that way.
I don't think
You're not an elitist, but
I wouldn't say
there's
so.
a little bit of elitist in you.
I don't think so. Mm-hmm. But, okay, if we're going to eat, food-wise and I think music-wise, sure, maybe.
Okay.
But TV-wise, absolutely not, because I watch some trash TV. But, yeah, the other stuff, and clothes-wise, I would not call myself an elitist.
Yeah, you lean towards being an elitist just the way I this year am leaning for the first time in my life towards being one of those people who says, college basketball is better than the NBA. I've never felt that way, ever.
So you're one of those guys now.
This year, I'm starting to lean that way, and it's alarming because I've never felt that way. I'm not all the way committing to it. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to come out and say, the college game's way better. But I realize I'm starting to feel that way about it, and I'm not sure why. I think some of it is because not so much of all the things going on in the NBA that we're pulling our hair out about it. It's just because of this year where you've got so many great college players that I love watching, and at the same time, you got so many NBA teams that are tanking in order to increase their chances of getting those guys. I think it's a really unique draft. I don't remember the last draft we had. Maybe I'm missing one, where you had multiple guys who were so highly sought after.
Well, look, it's a Friday. We're all in a good mood. I know I'm in a good mood. I tried. This is the first time, Whitey, I took a while to drink my coffee because we had to go to the doctor. So I converted it into iced coffee. Y'all might be onto something with the iced coffee.
Yeah, I got some right here.
Because normally I worry it gets too watery, but it was nice. It was very refreshing.
I'm a big fan.
It was very refreshing today. But here's the reality, Whitey. The reason you're leaning more towards college right now is because the Kings are not very good.
That's part of it, I'm sure.
I think that's a huge part of it.
Last night, Alan, there were games on. It was Amazon, had Celtics.
That's not the Kings, though.
OKC. But it's the NBA, and it was a good matchup.
It's not the same.
And you had the Big 12 tournament on, and usually for me, it's like, see you later, Darren Peterson. But I was, and I watched a little of both.
But weren't there some injuries that kind of got in the way NBA-wise? That's the other thing with the NBA. You never know who's playing. Wasn't Wemby out last night?
He was not participating in the Boston OKC game.
Well,
you're right.
Well, no, they were choosing between I saw somebody say, hey, which games are you guys watching tonight? Because there were a couple games on, but a couple injuries kind of got in the way. So I hear what you're saying. I also think that if your NBA team is terrible, as Charles Barkley would say, you're going to lean more towards college for a couple reasons. You're paying attention for draft picks, and it's just nice to watch. Honestly, no disrespect, it's just nice to watch competitive basketball.
Yes.
I've found this, and I know you're talking about college. Even in the NBA, I haven't been, and this isn't even Schmal and Miles. This is just straight up watching it. When I turn on, and the Rockets, it feels like they lose every nationally televised game. But I turn on Rockets Nuggets, I have no reason to be invested in it. And to be honest with you, I'm running around, filling up baby bottles and stuff like that. But it's just refreshing to watch that. And to flip this in a positive matter, hopefully the Kings will get back there sooner rather than later. But right now, I'd rather watch a lot of different basketball than watch the Kings in the current capacity that they're in. Now, as it comes to NBA, if you're making me choose between Denver Rockets and everybody's playing versus a high-level college game, I think that is interesting, Whitey, because it is connected to the Kings. There's almost more of a connection to that college game, maybe even subconsciously for you, than watching two random NBA teams if you had to choose.
Well, I appreciate it because, like I say, I'm not pushing a narrative. I'm realizing how I feel. First time I felt this way, and I'm asking for help because it scares me because I never have felt that way. I'm wondering if part of it, too, is because of the new NBA package where you've got so many games on, which is great, but every game has 14 pregame and halftime hosts, and they're breaking it down. It's like, bro, this is a game. It's March.
Right.
Right.
But they're trying to make it a big deal, though.
Tuesday night in March. I know, but we know better.
Yeah.
It's not that big a deal. Whereas the college games feel more like, okay, this is, even though you've got conference tournaments before you got the season, then the conference tournament, some of these college games feel like they actually are more significant than a lot of the NBA games.
Well, they are, though.
Yeah.
But, they are.
Yeah.
Where we're at right now is how we always talk about the NFL compared to other sports, right? They are in their the college basketball is in their week 16, 17 at this point. So, that's why it just feels different. And I just think your note about all the pregames, it is a bit much. And everybody is bagging on ESPN and Stephen A. Smith. And this is how you break down basketball. And everybody's got to talk about this is how you break down. Okay, we know. They're on the court. They're on a couch. They're in a different room. They're back at the desk. It's a lot. I understand why they're doing it. I don't watch any of it. The last thing I watched, hey, Ramsey, y'all see Steve Nash hitting the Justin Timberlake Usher? I don't even know the context, but it's on Twitter. He's next to Taylor Rooks, and he's pop locking. I don't know what the heck is going on because there's just too many. They're all fighting each other now.
Yeah, last night I think I just hit kind of a point of no return, and it's like Udonis Haslem and John Wall.
Yeah.
And they're breaking down, that they just got to compete. And I'm like, I'm out.
Yeah. Because it's now this is oversaturated. And I'm so glad that I am starting to wear off on you. Because, whole idea, no, I am. Because the whole idea, all my friends will text me all the time where I just say, enough. It's just, what are we doing?
Like, I appreciate you watch a Kings game, and we know these are not the most significant games. And you got like Mo and you got Kyle.
Yeah.
And, they do their thing. It's
Right.
like, yeah. And then you have Katie and Mark
That's
Jones.
different.
And like, yeah.
That's different.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
Because they're not trying to trick me into thinking,
Right.
this is the game of the century.
Yes.
And we've got 17 Hall of Famers here to prove it to you.
We got Vince Carter. We got Tracy McGrady.
Uh-huh.
We got their cousin. Did you know their
Carmelo
cousins?
Anthony.
And we got Carmelo, who is not going to dress up. You know why? Because he's Carmelo. And you're still going to watch it. Dang it. Yeah, it is a lot. It's a lot, but I understand.
You can get better insight from any random podcast with a former NBA player on it.
And you got 8,000 of
Yes,
those too. Well, I think
yes.
the other thing is because of now it's funny, honestly, that now you have NBA players fighting other NBA players for those clicks and that content, where it used to be, us fighting. We're still fighting other media. That's what it is. Now they're fighting each other because of that space changing, and all it leads to, Whitey, in my opinion, are just ridiculous takes.
Yeah.
Because now, Kendrick Perkins, that was the first boss. In Mario. Now you're on level 5 now with these takes because everyone's trying to stick out.
And then the other thing is, if I go into the Amazon land to watch that, if I want to flip back over to Big 12, 17 minutes it's going to take me to
literally
extricate myself. And
No, and then Peacock glitches, so then it freezes. Now I got to turn off the TV. I have to unplug the TV, plug the TV back in, get back into a different app.
I've restarted my router when that's happened.
You got to do it.
The modem.
You got to do it.
Restart.
I'm doing all this for a random game I have no connection to.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
All right. Team USA's road to a WBC title looks like a very rocky one. We'll dive into that next on Sactown Sports.
The madness is here, and so is your shot at $1 million. Enter the Sactown Sports 1140 Basketball Mayhem Bracket Challenge. It's free and open to fans nationwide. Head to SactownSports.com, build your bracket, and see if you've got what it takes. This contest is brought to you by Power Business Technology. For all your business copier needs, call 1-844-POWER-BZ or visit PowerCopiers.com. Don't sleep on this. Get your picks in now.
What's up? Chad Hobblet's with us from Hobblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's happening for the Declaration of Deals sales event?
There's nothing more American than a Jeep. And with the Declaration of Deals, now is the time to get your hands on a new Jeep Wrangler Willys when you save up to $7,500 off MSRP. This is the most capable and versatile 4x4 Jeep on the road, and it could be yours.
Well, what else do you have?
We have it all. When you check out the certified pre-owned Supercenter, we have over 200 vehicles waiting for you, including nearly 120 vehicles under $30,000. Whatever you're looking for, you can find it at Hobblet, and take advantage of our award-winning customer service. As a fifth-generation dealer, you're not a number, you're family.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobbletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hobblet, period.
$7,500 total net savings on select new 2026 Jeep Wrangler Willys after $3,000 factory rebates and $4,500 Hobblet discounts. Rebates may include $1,500 select inventory cash on select inventory, $1,000 SFS bonus cash. Must finance through Stellantis. 5% savings. See dealer for details.
Co-hosts of the wildly popular Bad Friends podcast, Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee.
Wow, I can't even believe that this is real right now.
Yeah, dude.
I feel like this is a scam. It's going to explode on you.
No.
Live Saturday, March 14th, the venue at Thunder Valley.
Do you know what the three colors on the Irish flag stand for?
What?
The hair, the skin, the soul.
Oh, is that what liquor does to your soul?
Yeah, turns you green.
Buy tickets now. Visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee.
Oh, this is like...
That's top notch.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Spring is here, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings, plus get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Emran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more. The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
True Sports Card Show tomorrow, Alan. I know you're quite the collector now.
Yes, I need to.
John Salon, rookie card, and Paul Schemes.
I need to get over there. If anybody can help me out, I know for a fact I have an Articuno Pokemon card, and I believe that one is in Japanese. Can somebody tell me, am I sending my kids through college with that card? I have 3. I'll take a picture.
I'm going to guess not, but yeah.
A little number at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
And I think I have a Machamp hologram. Can somebody tell me, do I still have to work? Am I done working? That's what I need to know.
Now, are you mad because I know you're talking Pokemon, but we've talked about prospects and their baseball cards. The Giants sent down one of your guys?
Oh, no. Bo Davidson, he quote-unquote got cut, but he hadn't even been in Sacramento yet, kicking it with me. So, guys like that, he's already, 22, 23? So he wasn't going to skip Sacramento. He wasn't going to skip AAA. So I knew he wasn't going to make the team, but, it just is always – and the Giants have been late in their cuts for some reason. I guess they wanted to see guys longer, or maybe because of who they had at the World Baseball Classic. That's what Alex Pavlovich said. So they just made their first round of cuts yesterday. So Bo Davidson is going back to Richmond, but he'll be back.
Is that the Flying Squirrels?
That's right.
Okay. All right. Now, I know you were telling us a few moments ago that you escort the people that throw the first pitch out to the mound.
That's right.
How many times have you thrown out the first pitch at a River Cats game?
Never at a River Cats game. I'm working.
They've never had you toss out the ceremonial first?
No, they haven't.
Okay, you said never at a River Cats game, so where have you?
Well, they have a new name now, but the High Wheelers, that was the video that the Yuba Sutter, well, they were the YOLO High Wheelers. Now they are they changed their names, but they were the Yuba Sutter High Wheelers, and I think they changed again to the Freebirds, I believe. But they were the High Wheelers.
Was this last year?
Last year. They were taking on they rebranded to the Yuba Sutter Freebirds, but they were the High Wheelers. They were taking on the Oakland Ballers, who I did work with the year prior, and I was the in-game host for the Oakland Ballers. So they had me come out and throw the first pitch, and I threw about, I don't know, it's probably 87, 88, nothing too crazy.
Yeah. Okay.
You heard the pop of the glove. You heard it.
All right.
No, you heard it, though.
I have to be honest, a few times I've had the honor of throwing out the first pitch. I try to get it over.
That's what you were telling me.
I don't really, I don't try to bring it.
That's
One
what
time
you were
I threw
telling
hard,
me.
I held on too long, and I bounced it in front of home plate.
Where was this?
At the Oakland Coliseum.
Oh!
Yeah. But I got to do it twice. No, 3 times I got to for A's games.
Okay.
Yeah, but the first time, and I made the stupid mistake, you're in the parking lot beforehand, we had some station function, and someone has a tennis ball. Here, why don't you warm up? You can't do a tennis ball.
And to the kids out there, I know everybody should know this by now, but don't let your kids throw tennis balls at 100%. For a little bit, sure, but don't be doing that all the time. It's bad for your elbow. It's called tennis elbow.
Yeah. So I threw my first pitch and just held on too long. It wasn't I couldn't reach it, but, it skipped. And then the guy from Safeway threw the first pitch, and I go up to the catcher, and it's Mickey Tettleton. You ever heard of Mickey Tettleton?
Mm-hmm.
And he holds his mitt out, and I start to take a ball, and he goes, that's not your ball. And he takes my ball, turns it over, big skid.
Oh, no.
There you go. That's your ball.
Come on. That was my nightmare, spiking it. Because then, they don't have catcher's gear on. You could smoke their ankle. I don't want to. So
the other 2 times I did it, I was fine.
Okay.
There.
But you tried to give it your first time.
I think so.
Give it a little extra something.
And then here, I threw it over Britt Ream's head once, and he didn't try to stand up to get it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait, where's here? What do you mean here?
At the River Cats.
So you threw one out for the River Cats?
At least twice. I can remember 2. One was a group. One I was, and Britt Reams used to pitch for the Giants in Montreal, and he was catching, and I'll never forget it because I decided I'm going to just, throw a little Uncle Charlie, just bend one in there.
Right.
And I didn't quite get on top of it.
Oh, no.
So I throw it, and he's in the crouch, and he goes, oh, curveball. And he just sat there and watched it. It's like, thanks, bro. He didn't even make an effort.
No, come on, Whitey. What are you doing messing around? That's on you.
I just want to get it over.
No, that's
Take
on you.
a little something off.
Yeah, that's on you.
When I threw at the A's game, a guy named Jim Miller was a reliever. He goes, that had a little cut on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, was that
and
on
Melvin
purpose?
said, that better have been over the plate.
Right. Was that on purpose?
That's natural.
Okay.
A little two-seamer.
Okay.
Can't help it, Alan.
The one game, it was, we played at the Coliseum in high school. And I believe we were playing St. Mary's of Stockton, right? It was either St. Mary's of Stockton. It was a good school, another private school. And I was on third base, and the guy that was our 3-hitter, whatever, he ended up getting drafted pretty late, but it was back in the day where you could make like $200K, even though you got drafted in the 40th round. So he's up to bat. I'm at third base, and a little bit of speed here.
Sure.
So the ball, he fouls a ball off behind first base. And the rule
right-handed hitter?
Right-handed hitter. And the rule is if the first baseman catches it or the second baseman, you should go because their body is moving away from home plate. So, I'm at the Coliseum, the lights are bright. And Whitey, to this day, I'm 85% sure the coach said go. I'm pretty sure he said go. And I'll get on third. I'm looking at him. Hey, am I going night? Yeah, go. I can't even tell you who caught it. All I know is I got hosed at home plate, and he pulled an Allen. We get back into the dugout. I didn't tell you to go. And to this day, I don't know if I made it up or if he is covering his tracks. But Whitey, I got hosed, and I'm fairly sure we lost. I'm fairly sure that we lost that game at the Oakland Coliseum.
Hey, that's baseball.
Baseball.
Yeah.
I'll never forget it was a different game because I hit a single and I thought, oh, that felt nice. And, it just didn't go anywhere.
Really?
Anywhere. That was not a small park.
No.
And I know, obviously, we're not getting into moving from Oakland to Sacramento, but if you just said Field A or Field B, I'm sure all the A's hitters would say we'd much rather hit in Sacramento than at the Coliseum.
I played in a media game, a softball game there before an A's game, like on a Friday night, and we were playing a bunch of comedians. There's this woman on first base, and I'm playing second. There's a ground ball to third, and I turn it beautifully on. I dropped down to get it over there.
Oh, yeah.
And I almost killed this woman because she's not and she's just like, ah!
Did it hit her?
No, it barely missed her. I think she just flopped over backwards to get out of the way.
And she was playing first base?
She was running from first to second. And I dropped it down, the instincts take over. And like, what?
No.
Ah! Yeah. But what I
ahead.
remember is the players, I remember Luis Polonia, they were mad because they're like, hey, we got to take batting practice.
Yeah.
Wrap it up.
Right. The last thing I have for you, because people will hit me up all the time, not so much now because I've told them no for so long, and this is why. My buddy, the same buddy I told you is coming out next week for my birthday, he was big in softball. So he's like, Alan, you got to come out. We play softball. Come on, dude. We need you. Okay. Get out there immediately. First time, Whitey, I hit a home run, but it was the one where you have a limit. So I hit a home run with nobody on base. I get back. I'm, ready to dance, do the Dougie. Everybody's looking at me like, you idiot. You wasted one of our home runs. That was the first time. So I'm like, okay, whatever. The second time, Whitey, now remember, the type of hitter I was, I go up the middle. I didn't know about softball.
Yeah.
So I go up the middle. The pitcher gets out the way. He's staring me down when I'm rounding first. Okay, base not. Oh, middle's open now? Okay, so middle's open now. The dugout's like, yeah, so middle's open. I start some type of confrontation.
Right.
When now the other team, man, Alan, now the middle's open. I'm thinking, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. So I said,
you're
dude.
trying to look cool on first base.
Oh, yeah.
And all this is going on.
I said, dude, I'm not playing anymore. I'm done.
Oh, here's what we got, Alan. USA versus Canada today. The winner plays the Korea-Dominican winner. And the winner of that game would play the championship game versus the winner of the other bracket, which is Japan, Venezuela, Puerto Rico, Italy bracket. So if things go according to Hoyle, you have USA would play the Dominican
right
in order to play Japan in the championship game.
Yeah.
So it's not an easy road.
No. Did you hear, I guess, allegedly it got out that the committee made sure that the U.S. and Japan would not face each other until the championship? Did you see that floating
No,
around?
that makes sense, but I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, some people thought it was, I don't know if Bush League is the right word based on how they do the bracket and the standings, but I'm thinking, who cares? That's what everybody...
They were the two finalists last year,
right.
so
Who actually cares? More people get upset if they had to face Japan like tonight. So what is the problem?
Right. That's just, part of it is marketing and business. That's just a good business decision.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We have a behind-the-scenes look at Russell Westbrook's war with the media when we come back to Sactown Sports.
Think you got the perfect bracket? Prove it. Enter the Sactown Sports 1140 Basketball Mayhem Bracket Challenge for a shot at $1 million. It's free and open to fans nationwide, so lock in your picks now at SactownSports.com/contest. Powered by Power Business Technology.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Have you tried my Colombian tamales?
Yes, but the Mexican tamales I brought are way better.
Colombian tamales wrapped in plantain leaves are unmatched, you know.
But the Mexican tamales wrapped in corn husks are the authentic ones.
At least we can agree that they taste better with Pepsi.
Without a doubt, tamales deserve Pepsi. No matter what tamales you love, enter for a chance to win a year's worth of groceries. Powered by Pepsi. No purchase necessary. U.S. residents 18 or over. Ends April 5th, 2026. Rules at PepsiPromo.com/free groceries. Pepsi is a registered trademark of Pepsi Going.
Capital Casino is conveniently located in downtown, 411 16th Street, and has been a part of the greater Sacramento area for over 20 years. They offer the best variety of games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. And there's plenty of parking, all well lit and monitored by security. Come have a great meal at the cafe and restaurant inside. Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. But please always remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
At the American Lung Association, we're fighting for a day when we can all breathe easier. We're fighting for clear skies over every city and healthy lungs throughout the country. We're fighting to free millions of Americans from the addictive grip of tobacco and the devastating effects of lung disease. The American Lung Association isn't just fighting for air, we're fighting for all the things that make it worth breathing, and we can use your help. See what you can do at fightingforair.org.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
KHD-KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Hope you're having a great Friday. TR the Star weighing in the chat. 2026 college basketball is better than the NBA. I'm having a hard time disagreeing with that. And that's hard for me. 2026, specific to this year.
Right.
And we'll see. We'll see what happens in the playoffs. But so far, I'm with you. Also, Amidrock. I got to say, Alan is a legit MC for the River Cats.
I met Amidrock at one of the games, so he knows what's up. Thank you, my guy.
You know we say his name different, and I'm not sure which is right. I say Amidrock, and you say Amidrock. And I don't know which is right.
I think I'm right.
Fine.
I don't know that for a fact. I don't know that, but I think he said it to me.
Oh, really? Okay.
At the game.
All right. If that's a problem, Amidrock, if I'm saying it wrong, you let me know, and I'll get back to you.
Y'all sounded like the new pronunciation, correct pronunciation for the running back that just signed with the Saints, Travis.
And what is the correct pronunciation?
I want to say the Cajun is Asian, but he went with Etienne. So
yeah, but it's funny because he set the record straight, but I heard people talking about it today, and to me, they're still saying it wrong.
Right.
So what do you think it is? I don't know.
I didn't click on the video. I saw how it was written out.
Yeah.
And I thought it was almost like
there's A-Chain, right?
I thought it sounded like the homie on the Dolphins, A-Chan.
Yeah.
That's what I thought it was written out like.
Yeah, A-Chan or A-Chain. Because to me, I thought it was A-Chain, and now I hear a lot of people saying, like, you did A-Chan.
Well, now you have him as well, so I think people are used to saying that.
Yeah.
And you had to figure out how to say that one as well.
Yeah, but to Ramsey's point, it's French. So it sounds like ACH, but you know the itch.
Eshin.
Yeah, it's actually a
Eshin.
Yeah, Eshin or Anyway,
Eshin.
That's I need help with that because I know he set the record straight, but I still am not sure which is proper. Because I thought he said the way he said it, the way we always said it was A-Chain.
A-Chain.
And now people are not saying it that way, so I'm not sure if I'm here to right.
A-Chain.
But you said A-Chain, and a lot of people are saying that. I don't know.
I didn't watch the video, though. I just saw it come through, There's a lot of content these days.
I know you saw the Russell Westbrook video, which now, I think last night was a week old. Can you believe that?
That is quite the week. That is quite the week for everybody.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. The think pieces that have been written. Oh, my goodness. The people that have chimed in. Oh, my goodness. What a week. I can't believe there's no way that was only a week ago.
Yeah.
That was like.
It's more than a week now because it's, Friday.
Yeah, that is crazy.
It spawned many reactions, as you say, as we all know. And it also spawned, among other things, a really interesting article at SI.com, The Hidden Side of Russell Westbrook by Stephen No. And interesting things, just a couple of takeaways. For me, there were three. One is that Russ does not like the media, has had issues with the media, just has a hard time tolerating the media. Two, Russ may or may not be one of those players, and there are many of them, who's not above making up slights in order to find motivation. Like Michael Jordan. And
right.
I think this article mentions, there's a story about Shaq that, like he said, David Robinson wouldn't give me his autograph when I was a kid. And I think some people say, I'm not sure that ever happened, but whatever works.
Yeah.
And then thirdly, according to this piece, the main takeaway, Russell Westbrook apparently does a ton of stuff for people that work for the organization, people he doesn't even know, charity work that he never, ever mentions.
Yeah. I mean,
and doesn't want any credit for it.
No, I look, it's a great article. We reached out to Steven. We're trying to get him on the show and, get his, real breakdown of it. Whitey, none of that really nothing that you said really surprises me. I just think this whole thing, I don't know, like you said, kind of a weird NBA season. And Steven is the senior NBA writer for Sporting News, so not everybody is, just following along a team, or maybe you're covering a team that's just not very good. Or Russell Westbrook's been on so many teams now, a lot of people do have connections to him, as we saw people from OKC speaking out. Well, Russell was always good to me, and when he was in Washington and things like that. None of this is surprising to me, Whitey, but I just still feel like and we talked a little bit about this before the show, like we've lost the plot a little bit and how we got here. So I guess my main focus is the first thing that you said, and all of it makes sense, and good on Russ for what he's done for workers and everybody, when you are, he worked his butt off to get where he's at, but when you are now fortunate, not everybody gives back maybe as much as Russ gives back. So all the respect in the world to him on that. But to just go back to the first piece you said, when it just comes to his relationship with the media, I think that is what didn't get talked about at the time, and it just turned into people that are not in Sacramento, do not know what's going on, and because of how things went down, jumping to conclusions that we, to this day, a week later, still don't actually know. And when you talk about creating, making up slights and things like that, I don't know if you necessarily mean the media or just in general, but...
And that's one of those things we don't really know.
We don't know. We don't know that either.
For example, Chris Beerman is going to be with us when he says, well, what are you talking about? Well, I don't want to go down that road.
Right.
Did you not want to go down that road? Or is like, I don't really know.
Exactly. No, trust me. And I'm not saying this is Russ, but I've been lost in the sauce before in an argument, and I've said some crazy stuff, right? Not to say what Russ said is crazy, but I've said some stuff, and I had no backbone to it, and I'm just praying that it hits, and we can just move on, because you're just in the throes of it, and we're here now, so I got to find a way out. But, I think the main thing is this was not – I thought what was tough about the whole thing is that this was not exclusive to Sacramento. So when it came out like, oh, this specific beat writer or reporter, whoever they're talking to, or, Sacramento media, whether it was Kings fans taking the side of Russell Westbrook or national NBA fans as well, I just thought it was bizarre that everybody was acting like this had never happened before. Like, to me, it would have been completely different if this was DeMar DeRozan, right, who hasn't had really a track record of just, not enjoying them. I'm sure a lot of athletes don't enjoy the media, but Russ wants to kind of let you know about it. So to me, that was the weirdest thing about it, that everybody acted like, oh my goodness, he must be, Now there were people that said this is Russ's kind of yearly reminder.
Yeah, but and it's been a week and we've been over. We don't need to tread back over it all. But I think a lot of it was, okay, like you said, Russ has been known to do some things like this, and we'll talk about a few of these things. But it just, the context, you talked a lot about the context. It just shocked everybody. Like, no one saw it coming.
No.
Now, I know that Russ pointed out that, he's talking to Matt, I think, you don't know me. And I don't pretend to know him. I thought I knew a lot about him, but I actually learned some things that I didn't know about Russell Westbrook from reading this piece. Now, as far as the media goes, Fred Katz is quoted in this piece. He works for The Athletic, and he used to cover Westbrook with the Thunder and the Wizards. I don't know if he's the I just don't like you guy. He might be. I don't know. Fred Katz admitted that initially he did not like the assignment because Russell Westbrook made his job more difficult. But he said as he grew more seasoned, his opinion changed. He said, I never thought he really liked me at all. But he said, I started to realize from a character perspective, this is one of the most interesting characters in the history of the NBA. He is a one-of-one human being. There's a difference between what people say he's like behind the scenes and what he's like in front of the scenes.
That's all fair. We're working off 1 year with him, though. You know what I mean? We're working off, and I know he was only in Washington for 1 year?
Yeah.
But he was in OKC for a very long time. So I don't doubt, I think the other tough part is when you're dealing with I don't know, maybe he'll be here next year, but I don't think it's going to get to 3 years. But when you're dealing with the possible 1 year deal, because that's what he signed right now. He signed for 1 year. I just think everybody looks at it a little bit differently than when you are a piece of the franchise. So I don't want to say it wasn't fair, but you just don't have that type of time to build a relationship, especially when you're in the midst of one of the worst seasons in the history of the franchise.
Alex Abrinas, I don't know if you remember him. He played 3 years along Russell Westbrook, and he was having a hard time. He was very lonely, and he said that Westbrook was incredibly kind to me. When I wanted to quit, he took me out to dinner, and it was great. DeAndre Jordan says, Russ paid for dinners, got clothes for guys. It's cool to be able to see him give back to guys who really look up to him, end quote. And I always think it's to someone's credit when they do a lot of these things and they're not telling people. Someone else has to say, you know what this guy did? I mean, to me, that's true charity. If I do something nice for you and I want to make sure that's on YouTube, am I really doing something nice for you or something nice for me?
Right, like that. What was it? Ramsey God's Plan when Drake is walking around Miami giving out money to everyone. Cool. That's not money I have to give away. But it was a music video, and the camera was there the whole time. So we know, hey, I'm going to do this for you and your kid. Here you go. And look, I'm not going to get on people and how they give charity or whatever, but I hear what you're saying. It rings a little bit different when there's stuff that you had no clue what was going on behind the scenes, because we don't know what these people are doing. We don't know what these dudes are doing with their money.
Yeah. Fred Katz says Russ is doing nice stuff, covering up his nice stuff, and then letting his not nice stuff not be covered up. It's a strange dynamic.
Maybe he feels like he wants to be, and I don't think villain is the right word, because funny enough, only Sacramento, where Russ has had kind of a rough go, right? When, like you just said, how the media portrays him and things like that. Only Sacramento could put Russ in a position to where now, look, these pieces are being written about him because of what happened in Sacramento. Again, the most bizarre season, a top 10 bizarre season in the history of the NBA.
I think to a degree, I don't know if he cares about this, maybe he doesn't agree, but to a degree, when you look at what's happened his last few stops, he's kind of gotten his professional legacy / narrative back on track.
Yeah.
Because he's not now some guy that they let him come off the bench and there's some bad feelings about him on the team and they don't want him back. Now it's like the Kings are fully embracing him and he's Russ again.
Yep. And on the other side, the teams like the Denver Nuggets, I don't know about in that organization, but I know Denver Twitter keeps talking about why did we get rid of this guy? The amount of times I've seen that clip, I don't know if you've seen this, Whitey, in the playoffs when Russ locks up Shea, and it was, deep in the playoffs, he locks up Shea, it was late in the game, and he starts talking to the crowd. The amount of times I've seen a media member or somebody from Denver Nuggets Twitter post that, now they're all just remembering the good times with Russ, and all it took was the most random, I guess, spat after a Kings L in the midst of one of the worst seasons that we've had to see in recent memory.
By the way, we have a little bit more information on his time in Denver because according to this story, DeAndre Jordan recruited Westbrook to the Nuggets last season. He's known Russ for 20 years, called him one of the most interesting guys in the league. And where's DeAndre Jordan now? Because we just had a Kings game.
New Orleans.
Yeah, thank you. And DeAndre Jordan and Russ, there was a moment down near the Pelicans bench, and maybe it was at the end of the game, and they kind of embraced, and you could see that ball went out of bounds. I remember seeing DeAndre Jordan and Russ, and they were like, wow, those guys are really friendly.
Yeah.
And I was trying to figure out, where's that from?
Hold on, guys.
Yeah.
What's up? So you're telling me that New Orleans has Derek Queen, Yves Missi, DeAndre Jordan, and Kevon Looney.
Mm-hmm.
Are they cleaning money? Like, is this Ozark? What the hell are they doing down there? How do they even have that? Are they all on the active roster? Who has 4 centers? When is the last time Kevon Looney or DeAndre Jordan played?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Ask Jordan Poole that same question, too.
Yeah.
What is going on? See, Adam Silver, and I know this is about Russ, but Adam.
But the Pelicans are not tanking.
But go pay attention to that. What is going on
What
down
are you
there?
suspecting they're doing?
I don't know.
Mismanagement?
I don't know.
They certainly may be guilty of that, but
Check
they're
the
trying
payroll.
to win. They have no motivation to try to lose.
Check the payroll. That's all I'm going to say. Because when you said DeAndre Jordan, check the payroll, man. This is ridiculous. Okay. I just had to. Sorry, you said that.
Mm-hmm.
And it just seemed a bit crazy. Kevon Looney's played in 18 games, by the way.
Yeah, he's been hurt.
But we'll get.
Loon Dog.
Okay. Hurt.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, they're not tanking.
I don't know. Well,
but you know whose tank got a boost last night? Unfortunately, Keontae George is hurt.
I saw that.
So Utah's tank gets a little boost there.
I saw that. Yeah. So, look, sorry, you threw me for a loop when you said DeAndre Jordan because I'm thinking, what in the world? I mean, just double check. DeAndre Jordan's played 10 games for the Pelicans.
Mm-hmm.
Just go check him, Adam. Just next time.
What am I checking, Alan, if I'm Adam Silver? I'll do it. What am I checking?
Just get down there, take a look at this audit, right? You know, businesses, it's tax season, Adam. Just go audit the Pelicans. That's all I'm asking. Just go double check that everything is right as rain.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I want to see.
Yeah, so the Kings this weekend have the Clippers, DeAndre Jordan's old team, Russ's old team as well, and then they have those Jazz.
Yep.
The Jazz are starting to worry me. The Jazz, I was thinking, the Kings, if they want to end up with worst record or they want to end up bottom 3, top 3 in the lottery, they don't have to worry about Utah. But I don't know. Never underestimate Danny Ainge.
It's starting to get a little dicey out there. I mean, are they still running marketing out there? I know that Jaren Jackson Jr. is done, but I don't know. They already have gotten fined for lorry marketing type stuff, so I don't imagine that he'll be playing a ton. It's going to be tough, Whitey. And look,
because that would bring, if Utah gets up in there with Brooklyn and Sacramento and Indiana, Washington, that means finishing 5th is actually in play.
Crazy. You know, and
for the Kings.
Look, there were people that were upset when the Kings broke that streak and they let Russ and DeMar do their thing. And I battled for the Kings. This was before, everything that went down, but I battled for the Kings. And I said to them, hey, if we end up in a bad spot, you can come back and you can yell at me, whatever you need to do. I thought the Kings were in the clear. It's going to get dicey. I mean, I don't see a world where I don't see a world where the Jazz are beating the Kings unless, like you said, Whitey, is it time for the Kings and Scott Perry really to step in? Because I'll tell you this much. I don't imagine the Kings will beat the Clippers, but it is a revenge game. I don't know how many more Russ revenge games we have, but it is a revenge game. It is DeMar, another homecoming. I think the Clippers will win anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, here's the other thing. And we saw this last season and earlier this season. When a team is bad, you can use that as an excuse to rest some guys. So what if we're getting ready to play the Clippers and all of a sudden, oh, well, Kawhi kind of load management type deal because it's the Kings. And then they mess around and, Russ goes off or whatever. I think that's the dicey thing. And we used to look at that as disrespectful, but now
you look at everything as disrespectful.
It is disrespectful, but now it's disrespectful in a different way. No, please, you know what we're trying to do. And I think this Bam Adebayo Wizards thing might have some snowball effect or domino effect on how these tanking teams get handled. People are not, feeling it, and they're going to react accordingly. I'm looking here, Whitey.
Well, Spo did say, he said, we lost one of these games already to one of these teams that was trying to lose.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think here's the interesting thing. The Clippers are the 8th seed, and you think, okay, cool, they're still in it. But they're 5.5 games back of the Suns. So they're lucky to be the 8th seed, and they might even beat the Suns in that game in Phoenix if playoffs started today. But they're not really chasing. The Warriors are the 9 seed, so it would be tough for the Clippers to lose a game to the Kings for sure. But at the same time, they're going to have to rest Kawhi Leonard. We just hope that it's not against the Kings.
The Warriors look like they're unofficially declaring this a gap year the rest of the way.
Yeah.
And maybe Steph really is hurt. I know he has some swelling under his kneecap. Mm-hmm. They said he's going to be out 10 more days. And maybe that's totally legit. And if it is, they certainly are prudent to sit him down. But it may be a matter of they look around, it's like, wow, with our injuries, we ain't doing nothing even when we get in the play-in. Gap year the rest of the way.
Yeah.
I don't know. But here's the thing. If you slid all the way to 5th, and if Utah gets into the mix here towards the top of the lottery, the Kings could slide to 5th, and then that would bring you'd have a 19.6% chance of getting the 6th pick, 26.7% at the 7th pick, 8.7% chance of drawing the 8th pick, 0.6 at getting the 9th pick. I know we had TC on last hour, and I apologize for not addressing him directly. Now, I don't know if he's still listening, but he was saying, look, win a few games if that's what it takes, fall where you're going to fall, and then just do your best job when you draft. And I've heard J-Ross say the same thing, and I'm just not in favor of that. I understand it, but I am not in favor of that. You've got teams actively tanking. You are competing with these teams to end up with the best odds, and I'm not okay with saying, we win a few games? All right, and then we'll just have to pick where we pick. No, you have to actively do whatever you can to end up with the worst record you can.
Yeah.
And I've got Utah's injury report in front of me. No Keontae George, no Markkanen tonight. He's listed with right hip impingement. Obviously, Jaren Jackson Jr., Walker Kessler, Nurkic, and John Conchar, who they picked up in that trade, all are not playing against Portland tonight.
Okay, that's tonight. And then the Kings have them on Sunday, so at least it's not a back-to-back.
And that's
it's
another
getting dicey, Allie.
Right, but that's another one where that's already a win in my mind. So just count it.
Really?
Yeah, that's a win in my mind. So just count it. The other thing is, where is your line? Right? There is a middle ground between actively trying to make sure you lose games and also not getting in your own way. So I would ask.
I'll be honest with you. I don't have a line.
No, I know you don't. I know you don't.
Yeah.
But to the J. Rosses of the world and others, where is that line? Like if DeMar is rolling again and Russ is in doing his thing, let's call it against the Clippers, right? Are you in a position to where you'll just let that rock? Or are you going to say, hey, Russ, just like they said to Max Crosby with the Raiders, you know what it is. You're still on this team. You know what we have to do, and they don't play in the third, fourth quarter, whatever it is. Or is letting the chips fall where they may. No, Russ is having a good game. DeMar's having a good game. We're in L.A. We got to let them do their thing. Because to me, I don't think that is wise. Because you know where I stand on this. I do have a line, but my line is if some of the other guys are playing well, your young Unks, your Precious Achuas, whoever it is, I mean, what are you going to do? You're not always only going to have – think about it like this. Again, the Kings are almost fighting themselves because DeAndre Hunter should be playing. Keegan Murray should be playing. You could make the argument that that the Kings really – I'll be careful here.
Today is 2 weeks, I think, for Keegan.
You can make the argument that the Kings don't really deserve to be where they're at based on the moves that they made. Going and getting DeAndre Hunter as far as tanking. Because based on what they've tried to do, and this will scare you, Whitey, I do think that they would sit there and say, Russ is balling out in front of his L.A. home and DeMar DeRozan. We're going to let them do their thing. Because everything they've done to this point has not shown us that they're actively tanking. They've done some things here or there. Hey, we're going to sit Sabonis for the last 5 minutes of the fourth. But DeAndre Hunter should be playing. Keegan Murray should be playing.
Look at their record.
Think about where they could be. Mm-hmm. They could be looking at
16-51.
They could be looking at the 10th pick.
I'm giving them credit. I'm assuming that some of that has been by trying to lose. Did you see Scottie Pippen Jr.'s out for the year?
I didn't see
Memphis?
that.
Yeah,
Memphis.
I saw that, and I think he has something with his toe, and he's going to have a procedure, so he's going to be out for the year. I'm guessing if they were in the playoffs, he probably, and I hope he recovers, and I am not suggesting that it's not a legitimate injury.
Mm-hmm.
NBA players get hurt a lot. If I'm the Kings, I'm having my team doctors call everybody. How you feeling? How's everything? How's your toe? How's your fingers? How's your knee? Mm-hmm. How's your elbow? How's your neck? How's your nose?
Yeah.
Do you have any inflamed nose hair? Is there anything we need to do? Would you be willing to get it done now? And you know what? For the good of the team, and you rest up, you be ready to go in camp.
Yeah.
Let's see who else we can shut down, Ellen, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's a name, and it's all about what you've committed to these guys, right? Because there's a name out there, and we talked about Malik Monk. There's another name out there, and again, shutting down is different to, hey, we're not going to play you as much. And funny enough, Whitey, Schmallen can't stand this guy because one day he plays 30 minutes, and he's got 15, 20 points. The next day he plays 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, and has 6 points. And I know we're up against it, Whitey, so I will tell you who that name is on the other side.
Oh, all right. I look forward to that. We'll come back with that. Also, we'll take a look at why everybody's so upset at the shenanigans going on around the league. That's a 7.
That is a 5 in a quarter.
It's next on Sactown Sports. Remember, we're trying to have fun today because it's Friday, damn it.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Welcome to the Bar None Auction.
Bar None Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, March 14th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies, all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnoneauction.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com. Sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's films at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
Tune in every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for the Toyota Tahoe Report with Johnny Mosley and me, Elena, bringing you the latest weather conditions up at Tahoe. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Saturday, March 21st, history hits the gas. The 77th season opener at Stockton 99 Speedway. Tribute to Norman David. Gates open at 5 p.m. Get your tickets now at Stockton99.com.
Want to make sure when I'm talking about this, I'm not talking about making things up, and I'm not talking about nobody just has a made up surgery.
No. It's not about that. It's about things that pop up versus things that have already been there and they're deciding to take care of it.
Yeah.
Right? Like De'Aaron Fox last season. He was playing with that bad finger with the Kings, right? He was playing with that bad finger for a long time, and they made the decision, okay, Wemby's out. Let's just take care of this now.
Yeah, and it's totally by the rules and above board. It's just I think that's something that teams take into account when they're looking at, how many more games they're going to win the rest of the way.
As they should.
Yeah, and I wish him the best here. He missed 15 weeks of action last fall when he had the same surgery on the other foot, so wish him the best. Now, how about Shea? What's going on with Shea? He just broke one of Wilt's records last night. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, scoring 20 points for a 127th straight game, breaking Wilt Chamberlain's record. That's amazing.
Looks a little bit different. Now we're having the basketball ethics conversation again.
Are we?
Depends on who you ask. Ask Jaylen Brown. Ask your boy Wemby.
Well, I'll say this. I remember Wilt at the end of his career, and I've always been fascinated by him. So when I heard about this record, I could not believe that Wilt Chamberlain, who averaged 50 points a game one year, that he only scored 20 points or more in 127 straight games. It's like, I can't believe it wasn't like 300.
Right.
I don't know if you heard, but last night on the telecast, they talked about it. And apparently, after 126 straight, he got thrown out of the next game.
Okay.
And then he went like 99 more.
Huh.
But still, the record is the record.
The record is a lot of records this week.
Yeah.
How many free throws was Wilt shooting? Do we know?
The night he scored 100, he made 28 out of 32.
But typically feels like,
he was a notoriously bad free throw shooter. But Shea lives at the line.
Yeah.
And that's why Jaylen Brown's upset at these so-called shenanigans.
Yeah, I mean, basically it's what we've all been seeing. And sometimes basketball players or just pro athletes in general will say, hey, you don't know what you're talking about. It's different when you're on the court. I don't remember anybody saying stuff like this about James Harden. I think a lot of players actually defended James Harden against the media and the fans, but this is the second time now that a high-ranking player in the NBA has said something about how Shea plays. So I think that's much different than if you or I have something to say about it. You had Wemby not straight up calling them out, but alluding to playing basketball the right way. And now you have Jaylen Brown straight up talking about, it's just foul baiting. That's what it is. And you're not – I think he got caught on the broadcast during the game saying that's not basketball or something like that. So guys are getting fed up with it. And, in pickup, you always have guys that, when you find yourself lost driving the basketball, whatever it is, and you don't really have a plan, or you initiate contact and you think I could either get an and one or a foul, that gets pretty annoying. I can only imagine how it feels to do it on the NBA level, and it's costing your team. Now the argument is, well, don't foul him, but Shea, let's give him his just due. He is so good of a scorer. If you give him that space that he needs or, is wanting, then he's just going to score a bucket on you anyway. So
if you're the new guy in the pickup game, you can't call fouls,
No.
The last pickup game I played in, I was playing when I was living in Pacifica. There was these guys on Sunday mornings. They'd play on an outdoor court, and I'd see them, and finally I decided to go out there and play. And so I get the ball, and I'm driving down the right sideline, and this other guy, and he could not guard me. But he just, hooked onto me and, rode me towards the sideline, and a ball eventually went off his foot or my foot or went out of bounds. But he fouled me the whole way. But I didn't call anything because, I'm the new guy. We're going back the other way, and this guy goes, hey, you're going to have to call some fouls out here.
Yeah.
But I was a new guy. You can't do that.
I don't know if I...
first time you get the ball, foul. I'm not doing that.
I mean, if I got fouled, I'm calling a foul. That's it. You know what? But I have a longer leash as to when I do call fouls, typically. You know what I hate, though? I hate when somebody hacks the you-know-what out of you and everybody stops. Like the game stops, and then the dude that hacked you says, well, is that a foul? Like they get mad that you didn't audibly call it. Well, you got to call your fouls and don't assume. Well, I think I'm assuming because we all stopped playing. And then you just
you
sit
have
there.
to call your own foul.
Then you stare at, but we all stopped because it was a hack. So you just look at him, you stare and say, foul then. Foul. Check rock.
Yeah.
What do you think? What is this?
What's worse is when you have a guy beaten and he calls the foul to avoid you scoring.
What?
He calls a foul on himself. Foul. Foul. Yeah, no basket. I fouled you.
No, Whitey. What is that?
That's the worst.
No, you call your own foul.
That's the worst.
I've never.
Anyway, here's what Jaylen Brown said. I don't know. Maybe it all works in the end, but I just don't foul bait. I'm not looking to flop or anything like that, but it's almost like you've got to. It's almost like because there's a couple of plays in the fourth quarter where I felt like I drove strong, went up strong, and I didn't get the benefit of the doubt. Maybe if I had flopped, he says, maybe I would have been able to sell that call, and those decide games, end quote. And he went on from there. I think the difference, because I heard Kayla and Matt today talking about, DeMar draws a lot of contact, and you mentioned Harden. I think the difference might be, I don't know about Harden. I think he did some of this. DeMar does this, where you put the defender in a compromising position where he legitimately fouls you. Is a lot different than exaggerating contact, which is what players get really upset about Shea for. If DeMar pump fakes and you fall on him, that's a foul. That's your fault.
Right.
Players really don't like it when someone's like careening through the lane.
Right.
It's Shea, foul.
Yeah.
That's what they don't like.
Right. It's not really, it's the flopping aspect when there wasn't that much.
Exaggerating the contact.
Right. There wasn't that much contact. Yeah, the DeMar one, that's a bit fascinating because the thing with Harden, which you would watch, is when he would shoot, his legs went forward. Right? It was almost, if you're imagining, almost a boomerang.
Now, do you love Harden because he's left-handed?
I didn't because, he was battling with that team in the Bay Area a lot. But, now that I'm out here, I can appreciate who he was and who he is and what he did. But the way he would finish, his legs would come in. So that was my whole argument with Harden. A lot of the defenders, they weren't moving forward when they were guarding him. His feet were coming into them. And I don't know.
He was initiating contact.
But it was so subtle.
Yeah.
Right? Like you're putting your feet where I already legally was.
He also would do a lot of the rip through, which KD used to do. And
And what is that's just I'm stuck. So let's just refresh this. Because you don't get free throws from that unless you're
in bonus.
In the bonus. Mm-hmm. But it's just, ow! And then, like, what are we doing? But yeah, the DeMar one is interesting because players do get mad, but if you truly pay attention to how DeMar does it, most of the time, he's going to get those fouls against younger players.
Yeah. He outsmarts players and they legitimately foul him, which is different than driving down the lane, like I said. And,
Yeah, and all the pictures of Shea, his facial expressions, is just kind of embarrassing.
Does anyone remember Peja? And I'm not saying he flopped or anything, but, Vlade was more known for flopping. But Peja used to, when he thought he was fouled, just about more than any player I've ever. He was a great player, but that's one of the things I remember about him. Just
Yeah. When the audio, that's me and what? Every single time.
Yeah. Jaylen Brown. So we commend players for playing the game the right way, but we give the benefit to those who necessarily are trying to manipulate the game into their advantage. Wow. I just don't think it's basketball. Wow. Let's just play basketball. The foul baiting, I think it's whatever for me. Just accentuating contact.
Wow. Look, and I've said this before, and we talk about the Dodgers and you need a team to hate. Honestly, I think all of this is good for the league. Think about it right now. The last champions that have won. You have the Celtics, and I don't think anybody hated the Celtics, and now you have OKC.
For the record, I've always hated the Celtics. But go ahead. Yeah.
It's the brand that you hate, right? Mm-hmm. But Jason Tatum isn't, he's memeable, but he's not, people don't really hate him. People don't really hate Jaylen Brown. People actually like Joe Mazzulla. I think if Ime Udoka was still the coach of the Celtics, it might be a little bit different. But Joe Mazzulla is Joe Mazzulla. I think all this stuff with OKC is going to be incredibly necessary if a team from Oklahoma City is going to be the best team in the league for the next 5 years. You have to have something that people hate. People didn't hate the Nuggets, right? When the Warriors had KD, you hated them. Everybody's always going to hate, a lot of people are always going to watch LeBron and the Lakers. I think all this stuff that's happening with Shea and how teams are getting annoyed and fans can't stand it, I think it is perfect for the league.
How many players who are in the top 10 in free throw attempts this year do you think you could name? I'm not going to quiz you.
Well, I know Denny.
Denny Avdia is third in the NBA in free throw attempts.
Yeah, I know Denny. I don't know. So many guys have missed time. That's a tough part. Mm-hmm. But because I would probably say Luka, but Luka's missed time.
Number one answer.
Luka.
549 free throw attempts.
So Luka.
Denny's third. Second would be then
Shea.
Shea is second, yes. Then James Harden.
Still? To this day?
James Harden is fourth. Paolo is fifth. And sixth is, interesting, from the Boston Celtics, Jaylen Brown.
Wow. But ethically.
Well, apparently.
Yeah.
Just think if he,
that's right.
If he accentuated contact, how many he'd have.
Seventh is now Bam Adebayo after that game a couple days ago.
It goes after that. Julius Randle, 7 and 8. Jokic, 9. Devin Booker, 10.
Yeah. Whitey, real
DeMar
quick.
DeRozan is 15th in the NBA.
Real quick, I wanted to pay off that tease from earlier. The player that I was talking about.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
No. On the Kings, it was Precious Achiuwa. I think Precious Achiuwa is the next question mark for the Kings. And I think he is, Schmal and Miles' nightmare because there's some nights he'll play 30 minutes and have 20 points, 15 points. The next night does feel like Doug is maybe trying to limit how much Precious plays.
He sat him down in the fourth quarter of the Pacer game.
At times, because he's just so much stronger than the guys that he's going up against, especially in a game like that against the Pacers. So I don't know that they got it in their hearts to fully shut down Precious after, what he's kind of been through and what he's done this season. But I would imagine
he also looks pretty healthy.
Yes, exactly. He's eating his Flintstone, chewables, if you will.
Yeah.
But I would imagine that he's maybe the next guy that they try to ethically say, hey,
interesting,
we're not going to have you playing too much in the third and fourth. And that's not to try to rain on his parade, but as we always say, if you're playing the Jazz and it's a bunch of dudes that are, his 2 ways is a little bit different. If there or his minimum contract or 1-year deal, you're playing a bunch of 2-way guys. You have so much on your tape already. If a team is, I think we've reached that point with Precious, like we talked about with some of the other guys. If a team is going to come after you, I think they've seen enough.
Mm-hmm. Yep. By the way, Chris Beerman at 4 o'clock today. Jerry Reynolds joining us at 5 when we come back. Were the Ravens even more shady than it appeared on the Max Crosby deal? This gets deeper and deeper, curiouser and curiouser. Next on Sactown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
There's the hard way to buy a car, and then there's the Hobblet way. Transparent prices, fast paperwork, and a team that's there to help, not hover. We've spent 77 years refining this process so you can get in, get out, and get driving with zero drama. Car buying doesn't have to be stressful. At least, not when you do it the Hobblet way. Experience the difference at HobbletDodge.com. The easy way to buy.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
At the American Lung Association, we're fighting for a day when we can all breathe easier. We're fighting for clear skies over every city and healthy lungs throughout the country. We're fighting to free millions of Americans from the addictive grip of tobacco and the devastating effects of lung disease. The American Lung Association isn't just fighting for air, we're fighting for all the things that make it worth breathing, and we can use your help. See what you can do at fightingforair.org.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Spring is here, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings, plus get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Contractors, remodelers, you now have a great supplier to assist you with your next project. Anova Cabinet and Stone in Sacramento. They are Northern California's best kitchen and bathroom remodeling supply store. Anova has the latest cabinet styles, a great selection of countertops, flooring, bathroom fixtures, and more. Visit their website, InnovaCabinetStone.com. Take advantage of their grand opening special, a $750 in-store credit. Stop by today, Innova Cabinet and Stone in Sacramento.
Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles on Sactown Sports 1140.
What's great about this time of year as a sports fan is we are approaching the spring convergence. You could argue it's already here. The spring convergence, you have one in the fall that's probably more significant, but it's when a number of sports are happening at the same time, especially when you have big events going on like March Madness right around the corner. We do have the World Baseball Classic. We have conference tournaments. The NBA is approaching the most interesting part of the season. So I think the spring convergence has actually already started, Alan.
I love it. I love it.
NFL free agency.
I mean, third overtime, North Texas and Tulsa.
Who do you like in that one?
Well, I have an affinity for Tulsa. My mom, there was there are conferences that
Tulsa, Oklahoma?
Yeah, the conference was in Tulsa. And I never had heard of Tulsa before in my life. I think I was in 7th, 8th grade. My mom was like, "Hey, we're going to take you to this, to this conference." And my sister and I went. And ever since then, I always got a little something in my heart for Tulsa. But they might mess this one up, Whitey. 25-6. They're the 3 seed. So I got Tulsa in this one.
Yeah,
American Championship, if you're wondering, because I know you are.
Yeah,
Temple already got eliminated. That was day 1.
Tulsa has the ball and the lead.
Yeah, so
16 on the shot clock, 21 seconds left in the game.
This is what I'm talking about. This is where you lay it out on the line. This is what we got this weekend, man. There's a lot of fun. I know the Kings got a couple games as well, and it's, dealer's choice on how you want to fan for that game, if you will.
Well, it's because in these college games, especially when we get into the tournament, of course, every game matters so much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's a little different in the conference tournaments, except for some teams. For some teams, that's their only way through.
And that's what I love.
Yeah.
It's the only way to kind of break through and be a part of the big dance. But you know what, Whitey? We've spent so much time talking about the big names, and we'll continue to do so. But you look at some of the guys doing work. Obviously, we talk about Maxime a lot, and you got, guys on the Clippers and different rookies. If this draft is half as deep as somebody like Nathan Grubel, and you can check that out on YouTube, is saying
everybody else is checking it out.
Right, exactly. There are going to be some sleepers, I think. There are going to be some sleepers in this draft, and obviously,
now you're saying you're back into deep draft. I thought you were saying, well, I need.
No. I never said it. I'm saying what.
I'm not picking fourth. I'm trade down.
No. Hold on. There's a difference between deep draft role players and we got 10 franchise guys. Who you want? You get a franchise guy and you get a franchise guy. That's different than, hey, this draft has a lot of NBA players. So I'm excited, honestly, to deep dive once we know where the Kings are at in the lottery. And I know the second round doesn't change. But if you think you've seen me grind tape, because that's the thing. Now that everybody's on the Maxime train.
I thought you learned that doesn't always pay off.
No, it does. Because now that everybody's on the Maxime train, I've kind of said, hey, this is what I do. I was one of all these shows that get big, I've already watched. You know what I mean? I watch them, and then they get big, and then hey, everybody's a little late to the party. I was there for the Maxime party early. Now everybody, wow, this is great. You know what? All
Are you saying you were on Maxime last year?
Early.
Yeah.
And we got proof.
That, but I'll take your
well,
word
not
for
that
it.
early, but early enough.
I don't remember that.
Early enough.
Yeah.
So, as much fun as it is for these top 5 guys, I can't wait to grind film. And for my second round guys, that's going to be where I do some of my best.
That is where some of your recommendations get really interesting.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't want to say really out there, but really interesting.
And I'll tell you this much on Maxime. I think it's very clear, as we were discussing the steal of the draft, I've said before, I was talking to a Western Conference scout, at Summer League, he said, I thought Maxime could have went in the first round. Maxime was supposed to be the first name off the board the second day in the second round, and for some reason he didn't go. So even by all accounts, Maxime was the seal of the draft.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a conversation at this point.
Coming up at 4:30 to that point, we have Chris Beerman at 4. We have Jerry Reynolds at 5. We have some comments from NBA scouts on some of the top picks, and maybe what we can do is since you are such a keen evaluator of talent, maybe I can read you some of the scouts' comments, and you can tell us what players they're talking about.
Oh, you're talking about for 2026?
Yeah.
How many names? The top 5?
I think it's mostly top stuff, yeah. Top players, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
No.
Number of ways we could deal
We'll
with
get to it. There's a lot today, so we'll see what we can do.
Okay. Real quick from Max Reno to Max Crosby. I don't know if you saw this today in The Athletic. And I will say, you as a Raider fan, seems like you're doing pretty well with that whole Max Crosby
it's great
situation. It looks like maybe it's working out.
It's the best thing that could have happened.
Mm-hmm.
The best thing that could have happened, because we talk about these guys, North Texas, Tulsa. That's camaraderie. Okay? You can't buy that. NIL can't buy that. You got to get down the depths, and you got to create that on your own, organically. And that's what the Raiders are doing.
You cannot manufacture it.
You can't do it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Interesting piece in The Athletic about what people around the NFL think of the way the Ravens handled this. And sure, there's a lot of people that think, well, they got cold feet, which would be bad enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's within their rights and everything. But that would be bad enough. But it could be worse. One team executive thought it was most likely the Ravens played the Crosby and Hendrickson hand simultaneously after gathering intel on Hendrickson's market at the Combine to maximize their chances of landing one. This executive believes the Ravens would have preferred to sign Hendrickson without giving up draft capital to trade for Crosby, but that they couldn't be sure they'd outbid other teams in free agency, so they agreed to the trade with the idea that if we have to, we'll just reverse course.
That is slimy. I don't know if there's anything you can do to prevent that.
You couldn't prove that someone did it unless they, oh, you're right, you caught us. Unlikely.
But at the same time, this is what's tough. And it's funny now that we are in a world with, I don't know that baseball has anything like that going on right now. They got bigger problems with a looming lockout. But it's funny, Whitey, that now you have two leagues going through things that are just kind of in a gray area, right? And I don't know if this is going to be a new thing. Obviously, teams could always do it, but I think it could potentially be a problem for Roger Goodell, and especially because free agency has become so much bigger in the NFL. So you have that going on. You got the tanking. I mean, there's a lot in the NBA, but they're pushing this tanking thing on us. There's just weird kind of paperwork type stuff. Audits, as we were discussing.
Yeah.
Weird things that just need to be audited in both of these leagues.
Yeah. Sources noted that anything discovered in the Ravens' separate medical evaluation of Crosby should not have surprised them. The league at large has known the details of Crosby's meniscus surgery since mid-February.
Yeah.
So maybe it was as simple as, we shouldn't do that, or maybe it was even more calculated than that.
I just don't know how you go from, we shouldn't do that with 2 first-rounders. That doesn't make sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
So that
they had a fallback the whole time.
Right.
2 first-rounders. Don't worry, we're probably not going to have to actually do that.
Right. And at the same time, we don't actually know who they were bidding against. If you're in an auction, it was a $500 here, $500 here, and somebody says $5,000, you're going to feel like an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have to pay $5,000. It didn't get past $500.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's maybe how they felt as well. Nobody else offered to? Nobody? Well, I guess we need a reverse course then.
We're going to look more closely at the week the 49ers had and talk some Kings too, I would expect, with Chris Beerman from the B next, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Welcome to the Bar None Auction.
Bar None Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, March 14th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies, all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnoneauction.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit revivemenshealth.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140.
Your afternoon home for Kings talk and so much more.
The Drive Guys on Sactown Sports.
We're going to find out everything we need to find out about the 49ers and the Kings from the Bees. Chris Beerman here. Before we get to him, Alan, see how much you know about Chris Beerman. He got a degree in journalism from what major university? Big Ten.
Oh, my goodness. I should know. Wait. I do know this. The Ohio State.
Very well done.
See, I know my guy.
Bring him on.
I know my guy, Chris Beerman, one of the most elite writers in not just the Sacramento area, but all of Northern California. Chris Beerman, thank you so much. I know it's a Friday, man. The sun is shining, so we appreciate you taking the time, my friend.
Of course. How are you guys doing?
We're doing fine. I just want to say this, Chris. It's been a week now since the whole Russell Westbrook against the media episode, and I'm sure you're probably tired of it. I don't want to ask you a question about that. I just want to say how much I admired the fact that you were, talking to him face to face, and you asked him the money question, which was, well, what did I say? What are we talking about? And, Russ said, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, or don't want to go down that route. And the whole thing has probably been overblown. But honestly, I just want to say how much I appreciated that you did that in a way. I think you did that on behalf of all of us. Maybe not, but thank you for doing that.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that. There was a lot of criticism of, just going on social media afterwards, obviously. Anything Russell Westbrook related is going to blow up on social media, it feels like. But to see all the criticism that people were hurling at the media after that, I would just push back a little bit on it and just say, like, until you've been in a room like that where there's one microphone and one guy up on stage, it's just a really awkward dynamic. And it's really difficult to just grab the mic and then get in an argument with a player when you're not even expecting it to happen. So. Yeah. It was just a scenario where he's like, who has something to say? And like, no one was saying anything. I was like, well, all right, I'll grab the mic because we're not just going to get punked by this guy and not say anything. So I appreciate you saying that. And I don't think anything Russ said was out of bounds. I think he had some fair points. I think he missed me on when he said everyone was expecting the Kings to win a championship this year. That was the only thing I really disagreed with that he said. But yeah, I think it's water under the bridge. Mm-hmm. And I think ultimately that'll get hashed out between Russ and Matt George at your station, and everything will move forward accordingly.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think it would be a season like what we're having, Chris, one of the worst in franchise history. I don't think it was supposed to be a smooth ride till the end of the season. I think there was always going to be something, and you mix that with how Russ has maybe been with the media in the past. It's well documented, and here we are. I would actually argue that it was pretty low level based on what it could have been if you put those two things together. So we got through it. We're counting down the games, and we're waiting for the NBA lottery. But on the positive side of things, Chris, I've been personally struggling with what the rookies are doing a little bit. Just when you look at the future of the Kings and where they may fit into the future, how do you view what the rookies are doing game after game? Maxime Reynaud, Nick Clifford, and Dylan Cardwell, who was a full participant in practice today. Do you see anybody that could be on the team 5 years from now, or should we just take this thing day by day? Because certain fans out there are getting really excited, and I don't really know what to do with it.
I think it's reasonable to look at these guys and say, if they continue the track that they're on, they could develop into, rotation pieces. Mm-hmm. I think Max could certainly develop into a starting level center, particularly if he gets more physical, if he improves at protecting the rim. I think Dylan Cardwell absolutely can be in an NBA rotation if he continues to develop, given the skill set he provides. And I think what's interesting about Max and Dylan in particular is that they complement each other really well, to the point where I think you could create a system that they could play together in. And I think that, like, on the floor at the same time, given Max's shooting and his offensive game and Dylan's defense and rim protection, I think you could figure out lineups to, you could play big and play those guys together, which is something you might need down the road. So I think that's overall a positive. When it comes to Neek, I think his skill set represents, where the league is and where it's going in terms of versatility. You obviously want him to be more efficient offensively and maybe more decisive offensively. And he's kind of in this weird hybrid, like, we want you to play make, but you're not the point guard. We want you to be able to play on and off the ball. And I think that's kind of a tough position to throw him in, but I think he's handled it pretty well. And he could absolutely be a rotation player going forward. I just don't look at any of these guys like, okay, these are your building blocks. Right. You have 3 long-term starters going forward. I think, okay, these can be 3 guys in your 8 or 9-man rotation if you do get some other pieces and develop into a winning team. I think that's sort of where my expectation is for these guys.
Chris Beerman from the B with us. Do you think Precious may have forced his way into Kings' plans going forward? Does he now become more of a priority, perhaps a real priority in terms of guys you want to keep heading into next season?
Yeah, I think so, but I also think you probably don't overpay for Precious Achiuwa, right? And I think Precious probably looks at the season he's had, and his representation will say, yeah, we had a pretty good season in Sacramento, and we were one of the few bright spots, and we could go test the market and see what else is out there. And if Precious doesn't want to be part of, rebuilding projects that the Kings seem like they're on track to be, then I think he could be a valuable player, whether, 7th, 8th guy off the bench on a good team. And I think he's proven that. And his defense, the fact that he's been guarding, guards and wings recently, while also being able to play a little bit of small ball 5 is interesting and certainly helpful. So if I'm the Kings, I would love to bring him back, but I obviously wouldn't want to overpay for somebody like that. I think ultimately on a good team, he's probably a backup 4, a backup small ball 5, and somebody that, a veteran who you could rely on in key moments if you need to. But if I'm Precious, I'm definitely testing the market and seeing what's out there before just committing to coming back to the Kings.
Yeah, you got to be prudent and opportunistic, Alan.
That's right.
That's the way to approach this.
That's right. That's what this summer is going to look like. Chris, just one more Kings question for you. Where are you at? Where do your morals lie when it comes to tanking? Because Whitey and I go back and forth on, how much Russ should play or DeMar and things like that. As this thing gets a little bit squirrely here, and Keegan isn't far away, and Dylan Cardwell was a full participant today. Obviously, you got Russ and DeMar who are just always healthy. What would you do if you were Scott Perry in the conversations you would have with Doug, as you have about the 6th easiest schedule left in the NBA?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think there are kind of no wrong answers, right? Because I think if you play the veterans, you're not winning a ton of games as it is. So obviously that helps you with draft positioning. And if you just say the veterans are going to play the first 3 quarters and then we're just going to throw the young guys out there, the young guys get valuable, crunch time experience while you're also probably continuing to lose games and help yourself in terms of the lottery standings. So I think there aren't really any wrong answers at this point. And if you do win some games, I don't think that's necessarily bad either. I think, building winning habits, knowing what winning feels like, and just improving the vibes overall is not necessarily a bad thing. So I actually think in terms of what the Kings need, they obviously need to hit in the draft. But to get a top 4 pick has to be the objective. And I mean, if it's me, obviously you prefer to be one of the 3 worst records, right? I know a lot of people, even Scott Perry, will point to the fact that, well, one of, the worst record hasn't gotten the number 1 pick in however many years. It's like, all right, you're down a run in the 9th inning. Do you want Barry Bonds hitting, or do you want Doug Mirabelli hitting?
Right.
I know you can get that hit from Doug Mirabelli, which is essentially what happened with the Mavericks last year and getting the number 1 pick in Cooper Flagg. I know that can happen, but obviously you want the numbers on your side, and you want Barry Bonds hitting in that situation, which in this wild metaphor is the Kings having one of the 3 worst records. So I definitely think you want to try to get within the, have one of the 3 worst records. But I don't really think there's one way to do it, because the Kings have proven they can lose games a whole bunch of different ways this season.
Don't sleep on Mirabelli if there's a lefty on the mound in that situation.
That's true.
I don't know. Maybe I'm taking this too far. Chris Beerman from the B with us. Speaking of winning, how about the 49ers? Could Mike Evans be, as he says, the missing piece for them going forward?
I think he could absolutely help. I think you look at what Devontae Adams was for the Rams and all the touchdowns he scored, and like he was huge, and Matt Stafford putting up all those ridiculous touchdown numbers that he did this season. He provides an element that the 49ers offense doesn't really have, particularly when George Kittle is out, in that he's not really the Niners haven't had somebody who can reliably win 50-50 balls. And Mike Evans might be the best 50-50 pass catcher in the league, like full stop. And so, obviously at this point in his career, there are health concerns. He's coming off, the most games he's ever missed in his career. He'll be 33 years old when the season starts. So those are obviously all question marks. But if you can get 14, 15 games from him, and like you need to take some of the onus off Christian McCaffrey. And given the talented defenses in the NFC West, given what the Seahawks defense is, given what the Rams defense is, particularly after getting those two cornerbacks from the Chiefs that they got this past week, I think the 49ers badly needed to upgrade at receiver, particularly with Juwan Jennings out the door and Kendrick Bourne going to Arizona. And I would expect the 49ers to draft a receiver early, maybe as early as the first round when they pick 27th overall next month. So for me, I think Mike Evans makes a ton of sense. You go to Seattle in January. That's kind of the litmus test that you have to make all your judgments with. Like, can this guy help you beat the Seahawks on the road in January? And I think with Mike Evans, the answer is absolutely yes.
Yeah, Chris, what would you say just in general? They get the band back together. I don't know about Debo, but they bring Dre Greenlaw back, and a lot of Niners fans that were saying, ha, Dre Greenlaw when he was in Denver. Well, now he's a Niner again. They also go out and get Nate Hobbs, former Raider, by the way. What would you make of the Niners offseason, at least so far?
Yeah, I think Osa Digizua is
That's
another
right.
really important addition that they made because, their whole identity, and John Lynch will say this to you whenever you ask him, that their whole identity is about being able to rush the passer. And if they can do it with just four guys, ultimately that's like the best formula for success in the NFL. Pressuring the quarterback with just four down linemen, leaving, seven people in coverage. That's ultimately where defenses thrive. And so getting Osa Digizua, who was sixth in the league in pressures last year from the interior, could really help them and represents at least an upgrade to where, all right, if you get Mykel Williams healthy, if you get Nick Bosa healthy, then maybe your defensive front can be dominant again, whereas last year the Niners had the worst pass rush in the NFL. So if you can get to that point with new coordinator Raheem Morris, where you can rush with four, that can obviously be huge for them. I think Osa Digizua is a really, really good acquisition for them. Probably better than anyone they were going to get in the third round, at least this season. So we'll see what else they do. I would expect them to address the defensive front as well in the draft. But yeah, like Dre Greenlaw, you're insulated from any Dre Greenlaw injury issues with D Winters, right? You still have D Winters this year. You have Nick Martin. I don't know that Nick Martin is considered I don't know how they view him after his rookie season, particularly with a new defensive coordinator coming in. But having D Winters, having Dre Greenlaw, you actually have some depth at linebacker now. And I think adding Hobbs, too, gives you a little bit more depth at the secondary that the Niners didn't have last year. So overall, I think, there's plenty of reasons to be optimistic about what they've done so far. The key thing is, though, they just got to make sure this Trent Williams thing doesn't get dragged out and they get his deal done. So it's not one of those scenarios where he's missing training camp and then, not signing until 2 days before week one.
Chris Beerman from the Be With Us, also the Candlestick Chronicles podcast with Draymond Green. Excuse me. I call him Draymond Greenlaw because he brings that element. And that's something that a lot of fans, 49er fans, have said, oh, we missed that. Is that legit, that Draymond Greenlaw element? Is that something the team missed last year? Or is it really just so much fan speak?
Absolutely. I mean, you go back to, the Super Bowl a couple years ago when before he got hurt, like he was flying all over the field and just absolutely drilling people. And he's somebody, I was telling this story the other day, like he's somebody who even as a rookie watching him practice, he would make plays that stood out on the practice field, the first, second, third play of practice in OTAs and training camp. Like he was just like, wow, who is this fifth round rookie who's in the starting lineup? I think other guys were injured at that point, but he very much earned his starting job as a rookie, as a fifth round pick, and then made a bunch of really big plays in that season. So, I think Dre Greenlaw, if he can stay healthy, can be a very, very impactful player for them, not only with, the way he flies around and the physicality that he plays with, but just emotionally, like you're talking about. I'll call it, since we're in Sacramento, maybe like the Dylan Cardwell effect instead of mentioning Draymond Green, just to pander a little bit. But I think he does provide that element. Obviously, the big question is he's missed so much time the last couple of years with injuries. That'll be the big question mark. But like I said, I thought D. Winters played pretty well last year. And so at least if Dre Greenlaw does miss time, you have a little bit of depth at linebacker to where D. Winters can play, and there might not be that much drop off.
Did Dre Greenlaw get hurt last year because at altitude they're closer to the sun, so there's the EMFs not from the substation but from maybe solar EMFs? Is that maybe why he got hurt?
I have no idea. I'm going to need to spend some time brushing up on my science and academia regarding electromagnetic waves and all those things, because that's part of talking and covering the 49ers right now. You just have to be up on all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Get your paper, pencil, get the book out, Chris. Where do you see the Niners window? Last season, I don't want to say they masqueraded, but the whole idea of...
Go ahead, say it, Raider fan.
No.
Go ahead, Raider fan, say it.
I didn't say it, though. But it was a reset year, according to George Kittle. They won all those games. They had an opportunity for a 1 seed. And if you ask certain fans or media members, well, all they got to do is get healthy, and they'll be right back in the mix. I'm not saying whether that's true or false. I'm just not really sure where we should look at the Niners as far as their window is concerned. And George Kittle, some people are saying he's going to be ready for week 1. Maybe, I don't know. These guys are, they heal very quickly. I just don't know what to do with the Niners window right now, Chris.
Well, Alan, I know you're a big tape guy, so I would do a deep dive on Jake Tonjes.
Okay.
Just, to educate yourself going into the season training camp. But no, I think, I think that the easy thing to do in the NFL every year is say, oh, the Super Bowl champions, they're miles ahead of everybody else. I think we probably thought the same thing a couple years ago when the Eagles completely dismantled the Chiefs. And the feeling coming out of that game was like, but nobody's beating the Eagles. Like, look how dominant this defense is. Look at all the weapons they have offensively. Like, this might be a dynasty. And then the Eagles come back down to earth in a pretty significant way. This season, you lose, there's always coaching staff turnover. There's salary cap stuff. You have to pay different guys. There's attrition, injuries, et cetera, et cetera. And that's not to say I think the Seahawks should not go into next season as a prohibitive favorite, but they have guys to pay. They lost their offensive coordinator. We still need to see Sam Darnold play at a high level again. I mean, I guess he's done it for 2 years in a row now, play at a high level. So he's taking steps towards proving his legitimacy there. But the point I would make is that the chasm between, the Seahawks in that 41-6 game in the divisional round and the 49ers probably is not as wide as it feels like, given the results of that game, because, they might come back down to earth. They might not be the same buzzsaw that they were. The Niners might be a little bit healthier. So I would say, just given the fact that they have Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy and all those veterans, I still think the 49ers are going to be a tough out kind of no matter what. And I think last year was a really interesting year from the standpoint of, they had all those injuries, like the same level of injuries they had in 2024 and going back to 2020, but they still won a ton of games. And I think there's a lot of value in that in terms of the confidence they can take from that going forward. Whereas, they know that they can handle the adversities of a season. So I think the NFC is still relatively wide open. I think the 49ers, I wouldn't say they're the favorite to get to the Super Bowl next year by any stretch, but I think no matter what, they're going to be a tough out as long as they have Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle eventually and Fred Warner when he comes back. Like, I think they're going to be one of the toughest teams to beat in the NFC, and I think that's all you can really ask for at this point in the season, or at this point in the calendar.
Yeah, pardon me. Thank you, Chris Beerman. We appreciate your time very much. We look forward to your coverage in the B, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me.
Thank you, Chris
Beerman. You try to spin your Raider nonsense.
What are you talking about?
You wasn't having any of it.
Look, I mean,
some think they were just lucky last year.
I didn't say the L word. I never said the L word.
I
never said
lucky. Suggested.
I never said lucky. Look, I'll tell you this much: they won't have that same schedule. They won't have that same schedule.
Yeah, you just said that. Yeah?
That was.
You like to imply things, but then not take responsibility for what you're implying.
There's no responsibility to take. They will have a different schedule and tougher schedule next season. That is a fact.
Yeah. What do you make of this, football-wise? Is this legit or is this GM speak? General Manager Ian Cunningham of the Atlanta Falcons said definitively today, the team is bringing in Tua to compete with Michael Penix Jr. for the starting quarterback job. For Tua coming in here, he knows he's coming in to compete. Just like Michael knows he's coming in to compete, and everybody, quite frankly, not just those two at the quarterback position, everybody's coming in to compete, end quote.
I don't think it's coach speak because I know Tua has had, his situations with the concussions, but I think Michael Penix, he had some issues with staying healthy all throughout college, really, until that last season in Washington. So I think it's legit. If you're setting the over-under on how many games Michael Penix is going to play, he's shown us that he's going to miss time. And Tua has shown us that too. So, Whitey, it's almost as if, hey, between the two of them, both lefty, I don't know where they view their skill sets, but Whitey, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
I just remembered because somebody on the text line said, Alan, did you ever remember 707? Alan, did you ever remember the Kyler Murray comp? It was Michael Penix Jr.
Oh, okay.
That's who it was.
Okay.
That's who it was. And I was very upset at you. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. But I do think it's legit because between the two of them, they both missed time. And I think Falcons are thinking, if we can't count on Michael Penix Jr. to be out there every single day, Tua, we know, is an NFL-level quarterback. Let's put some respect on his name. I also think, Whitey, I just thought about this. You know how the spin is different when a lefty throws?
Yeah.
You think that's part of why they brought in Tua so all of the receivers and tight ends would be used to seeing the same spin? Is that crazy?
I don't think that had anything to do with it.
Not at all.
If there's a byproduct, okay, I can see if you're a receiver. Oh, that's more convenient.
It is.
But that's why you're bringing somebody in.
Well, if I'm picking between
it's
Tua,
not like Bill Belichick having left-footed punters practice with the return team when they're going to play a left-footed punter.
If I'm picking between Tua and a righty that is the same level as Tua, whoever that is on the market, I'll just take Tua because they're both left-handed.
Have you ever?
What?
I know that if you really get down into it, you can say, well, it's a different spin. I know, but when you're playing football and someone throws you a pass, like, whoa, left-handed spin, I don't know what to do.
Now,
you catch the freaking ball.
Who's their third string? If that's a lefty, we're on to something.
I don't know. I'm not sure who that is.
But I do think that it's not just GM speak because Michael Penix Jr. has missed games.
I was going to say, wow, the Falcons, they kind of have commitment issues with their quarterbacks, but I believe this is a whole different regime now. Same ownership, but a different regime.
But you know what that means then? Michael Penix not their guy.
That's true.
You know what I mean? I didn't draft
That's another
Michael
reason
Penix
why
Jr.
it's not. Yeah, you're right. That
now
is not
I like
GM
lefties.
speak.
Now they all like lefties, so they don't want to change anything. Maybe the GM's lefty. I don't know. Those
are great points.
These are legit situations here, but that's what it was. Thank you for bringing up Michael Penix Jr. because that is complete blasphemy. That is complete
We'll see
blasphemy.
about that.
Come on, Whitey.
Give me MPJ.
That's unreal. That's unfathomable. So are we going to bet Vikings versus Falcons on their record?
No, because
or their stats.
We
Kyler
don't know.
versus
I have
Michael
to
Penix?
see how. I have to check with the doctors
Come on,
and see
dude.
how he's coming along. How NBA scouts see AJ versus Peterson for the first pick. We'll look at that. Maybe have some fun. See if Alan can figure out who these scouts are talking about. Next on Sactown Sports. Remember, we're trying to have fun today because it's Friday. Damn it.
When a person is seriously injured, there's no substitute for the personal legal relationship offered by the local NorCal firm of Ashton and Price. From the first attorney meeting, every important decision is made with a direct consultation with, and I can't believe I have to say this, a real, live, experienced, flesh and blood local attorney. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton and Price, serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries with no fee until we win. For the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
At Power Business Technology, we're not another big box corporation. We're your neighbors, locally owned and operated. We know what businesses like yours need, from reliable printers to high-performance copiers. We'll help you find the right solution with personal service you just can't get online. Need setup or support? We're just down the road and always happy to help. Power Business Technology, family hometown service with big-time solutions. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a warehouse operations manager.
Where are the forklifts?
Sold them. Too expensive. We're using scooters now.
So you expect us to move a 2-ton pallet on a scooter?
Just lean into it. Put your back into it, people.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Welcome to the Barn and
Barn and Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, March 14th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies, all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnandauction.com. Download the app and listen to The Drive Guys.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
On Sactown Sports 1140.
Thank you for being with us. Thanks to Chris Beerman for joining us. Jerry Reynolds at 5. And I just wanted to, again, to clarify something. You know, when I was talking about Chris Beerman and thanking him for talking with Russ, as he said, you don't know what that's like. I'm not suggesting anyone else should have done that. I appreciate that he did. That's all. Yeah, it is. And everyone was, I mean, even when I first saw it, I'd heard what happened. It was so stunning. It's like everyone just, wait, what's going on here?
Yeah. That was my take from Jump Street. It was, and I said it on social media, and I got destroyed by a bunch of people who have not been in post-game pressers, know, and that's fine. And going back and forth with people and I would have stood on business and I would have done this. If you haven't been in that situation, just like we were talking about earlier, Whitey, if you haven't walked in somebody's shoes, you can have an opinion, sure, but try to keep that in mind. And I think enough people just don't do that. Because I've been in there and I got the hand raised and any more questions. It just goes, it goes quick. There's a power dynamic. There's a power dynamic when it's, a rookie, let alone, or, a normal vet, if you will, let alone one of the top 20 biggest brands in the history of the league in Russell Westbrook. So I felt the same way Chris felt from day one.
The only people more excited about conference tournaments than Alan are the NBA executives who are all over these conference tournaments across the country, gathering intel on all of these prospects. No surprise because Alan is virtually a member of an NBA front office. He could be. He chooses to spend his time here instead.
Or an agent.
Yeah. Yeah, those two kind of go hand in hand. Bob Myers.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot. You know, jack of all trades, master of none. You know, so I'm working on this, Whitey.
Big 12 tournament, according to ESPN, the main focal point. One Western Conference team president told ESPN it's like a preview of lottery night, except this time we'll all leave still excited because there's no losers yet. So I wanted to see what you thought of some of these comments from scouts. We don't have to quiz you. But here's what some of the scouts are saying about the draft.
No, hold on.
Yeah?
Let me try to guess a couple.
Okay, well, first we have just generic comments on the draft overall. Eastern Conference scout, we're so interested in this draft because it's so deep. There's a lot of impact players. That is a scout. That is not somebody in the media. Getting back to the notion, is this a deep draft? It's not so deep. Right. This is the deepest draft ever. It's not that deep. I don't know. Scout from the Eastern Conference. It's so deep. A lot of impact players.
Okay.
Yeah. Western Scout says, and the 2027 draft is not looking so good. You never know. There are players in every draft, but this year is like a double draft.
See? And what do you need in a double draft? 2 picks.
Multiple picks.
In the first round. So turn down, or what is it? Trade down for what?
Trade down for what?
I hope, if the Kings do trade down, we have to get, I don't know about Draper talking about shirts that he never got made, but if that happens, we will make Drive Guys turn down for what shirts? We will.
Okay. Trade down for what shirts?
Trade down for what?
Okay. Veteran East executive. As gifted a scorer as it comes. The wiggle, the aggressiveness. He comes in and takes over games. He's got all the tools. Dynamic scorer who will put up points in the NBA right away.
Ooh, I'm looking
here. Who are we talking about?
I'm looking here. The obvious answer.
And I'm not going to throw anybody like who?
No. The obvious answer is Darren Peterson, but I'm gonna figure that you're not going to give me too easy of one. Maybe I'm going to overthink it here, but I'm going to say Darius Acuff.
The NBA guys are working to get the insight on the injuries, but he's worth a headache or two. It is, in fact, Darren Peterson.
Okay.
I didn't read you that far.
I overthought it.
Yeah, that's you. That's what you do.
That's right.
Yeah. I think he's the easy number one. He's special. There's just so much for him to still grow into. East executive.
That's the banter.
Yes. Another East executive said of him, the easiest one to see how he gets to one, but the game doesn't come quite as easy to him like it does to some of the truly great players. I thought that was very interesting.
I wonder what he means by that. The shooting?
Well, I think some of it is the shooting. Like you compare him, I think specifically to the other two, Cam and Darren Peterson. Darren Peterson is so silky smooth. And AJ DeBonsa is full of promise and energy, but there's certain elements of his game. I know we talked about this with Jay, and I think Jay thought I was being a little bit too critical. When it comes to AJ DeBonsa and the way he shoots the ball, his three-point percentage it's okay.
Yeah.
It's not bad. He doesn't take many of them, and his form it's not ideal. So, as you know, as a scout, I don't have to tell you this.
That's right.
When you're projecting these guys, the better their form and their mechanics, the more likely the shot is to hold up under what's to come at the next level. You're going to face challenges, including the longer three-point line that he's never faced before. So that's one. AJ DeBonsa, everybody would be thrilled to have him. But when you're evaluating, that's one of the things that stands out. Not a red flag, but maybe at least a yellow flag a little bit.
I think that's fair. None of these guys are perfect. I'd love to go back and look at Cooper Flagg's kind of breakdown as well, because it does feel like he has everything. I wonder, Whitey, if the shooting was the question mark for him, because it just seems so complete now. But, you got to get nitpicky with these guys.
Yeah. A West Scout says DeBonsa is probably going to be our number one, but it isn't settled. And one more, and we'll let you off the hook here, Alan. East Scout says of Darren Peterson. Talent-wise, he's clearly number one. He's got the full package. When he's played, he's shown that he has the it factor. So that's some of the things scouts are saying about the players in this draft.
Your boy, as much as you hem and haw about no one's talking about Cam Boozer, you didn't find one quote on Cam Boozer?
I could probably find some for you. Yeah,
I mean,
but
you're
those
the,
guys,
hey,
let's face it, those guys are at the very top.
No one's talking about Cam Boozer. You can't even hook up.
Cam is not my guy. Darren Peterson is my guy.
Okay.
You know that.
I know.
In this draft.
Yeah, but you've become
for better or worse.
You've become like the Cam Boozer. I'm gonna make sure people talk about him more than they're talking about him.
Who's this? He's so raw, there's a ton of upside. East executive. I can easily see him becoming a top 3 player in this draft. I think he has his NBA body, but he has a lot of room to grow.
That's Caleb.
Yes, sir.
That's Caleb.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
The consensus is, by the way, that the next 4 picks will feature freshman guards. Flemings, Keaton Wagler, Acuff, and Mikael Brown Jr.
So they have Brown in front of Nate Ament, who we didn't really watch, but he was playing earlier. I think they lost. But yeah, they have him in front of Nate Ament. Okay.
East Scout. Derrick Rose had the ability to turn the corner and get a clean layup. You don't see that often, and Blank has that. Talking about these guards.
Now that's Darius Acuff.
That is not.
Okay. Is it? Don't tell me it's Kingston.
Kingston Flemings. An East Scout says yes.
Don't tell me it's Kingston.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the one thing I wanted to ask Nathan again, and we didn't have a lot of time, because Whitey, he wanted to, or we didn't have enough time, we could talk to him all day, because Whitey, he wanted to push back on the idea that these guards are small. So in our mind, or at least in my mind, we kept bringing up Darius Garland, and if these lines, even if these lines aren't, or even if these heights aren't legit, right, wouldn't that then mean, as we were joking about Kevin Hart, wouldn't that then mean that Darius Garland's height probably also isn't legit? So if they're not really 6'4",
well, I don't
6'3", you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
though?
supposedly the NBA addressed that a few years ago, but I don't know if they still do.
If true, I need to stop comparing Darius Acuff to Darius Garland, because 6'3" is not Darius Garland at what? I think he claims 6'1". That there is a difference there.
Mm-hmm.
So I know it's still not big, but that's a point guard. It's not the same as Malik at 6'3" as a shooting guard hybrid.
I was thinking of a point you made about De'Aaron when he was still here. And, you watch Shea now, and he's the head of the attack for OKC, so he's a point guard. I think that's one of the reasons they moved off to Josh Giddey. Josh Giddey is best served with ball, and we don't need him, plus he struggled. But Shea is not a typical point guard, but in the NBA now, if your lead guard, if he's playing point, the pure point guard is he's going to need help. The pure point guard is going to need help. Like De'Aaron Fox is close to a pure point guard, but he's smaller. He needs Wemby. If you need Shea, everybody needs some help, but Shea is the guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm wondering with some of these guards, if that's how the guard position, point guard position specifically, is evolving to the point where a smaller guy who's more of a pure point guard, they can help your team, but they can't lead an offense like they used to.
Yeah. But at the same time, to your point, I guess it depends on who you ask, but to your point, hey, that's still, if you're looking at the team like open spaces, hey, we've still filled a space. We're still maybe looking for the guy, but we've still filled a space. Or you're creating something that might be similar to the Pacers. And I know it's been so long. Why do you remember when the Kings were good and we used to talk about, are they the Nuggets model? Are they the Pacers model, right? Remember that? We don't do that anymore, but you can look at that and say, well, look at the Pacers. Tyrese Halliburton is probably a top 10 player, but I think he's closer to 10 than 1. But if you have guys that are a guy that's in the top 10, a guy that, Pascal's interesting, but he's top 30, right? Maybe even closer to top 20 than top 30. You can create different versions of it without having that heliocentric Luka, Shea. You can still have a heck of a team. And I think the Hornets have gone away from heliocentric basketball with your boy LaMelo Ball, and they're better.
Mm-hmm.
And they're better, but they've hit multiple times in the draft.
One more for you. East Scout says he's flown up the board. Okay. He has a Tyrese Halliburton profile in a way. Weird shot, fast riser. I like him. He definitely has the size.
When I think of I want to say Keaton, but Tyrese.
Don't overthink it.
Yeah, Tyrese,
don't overthink it.
The athletic conversation. It's Keaton Wog.
That's right.
Come on, baby.
He says if someone took him at 5, I could see it.
I'm telling you, trade down for what? You got 5 different answers at 5. That's a problem, Whitey.
We'll continue our look at the top prospects in the draft. Also, which players drafted by the Kings played the most NBA games? That's the subject of today's Kevin 7. Next, Sactown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hobblet, Hobblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, what's going on for the Declaration of Deals sales events?
We're pledging our allegiance to deals and savings. Right now, you can save up to $15,000 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 1500 crew cabs, or save thousands of finance charges with 0% financing for 60 months and up to $9,000 Hobblet discount.
Wow, 0% and up to $9,000. That's pretty amazing.
We're here to help you save on your next new truck. Plus, with over 400 new Rams available, your perfect Ram is waiting. And if you didn't hear, the iconic 5.7-liter Hemi is back. We have over 60 available with 40 in stock.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Nobody beats Hobblet, period.
15,000 total net savings on select new 2026 Ram 1500 Laramie after $57.94 factory rebates, $82.06 Hobblet discount, and $1,000 Hobblet business owner bonus with proof of business ownership. Rebates include $500 military or first responder bonus cash for eligible members. 5 at this net savings, 0% for 60 months, must finance through SFS for well-qualified buyers in lieu of all rebates. $16.67 per thousand borrowed. See dealer for details.
A's fans, the 2026 season is coming fast, and single game tickets are on sale now. Be there for an exciting season packed with theme days, giveaways, and firework nights, including bobbleheads, jerseys, hats, and much more. And getting in is easier than ever. Tickets start at just $8 for select April and May games. From opening day to unforgettable summer nights, there's something for everyone at the ballpark. Get your tickets today at athletics.com/tickets and be part of the excitement this 2026 season.
Save $10 on a pair of Rain-X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Our professional parts people will even install them for free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at AmazonBusiness.com.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
LinkedIn is pretty amazing at helping you grow your small business. We cannot make your email response time faster. We can help you sell, market, and hire in one place. We cannot help you find space for your 3 desk drinks. Why do you have 3? And while we can't help you find the perfect volume for your presentation video, LinkedIn can help you find the perfect audience for your business. Grow your small business on LinkedIn. Learn more at linkedin.com/smallbusiness.
Hello, I'm Frank Cockrell with Retirement Security Center for the Weekly Economic Update. This week, escalating tensions involving Iran reminded investors how quickly geopolitics influence global markets. One of the biggest reactions has been in the energy sector. Concerns that conflict could disrupt oil shipments through key routes like the Strait of Hormuz, responsible for roughly 20% of global oil transit, have pushed crude prices sharply higher. Higher energy costs affect transportation, manufacturing, and ultimately consumer prices, raising concerns about renewed inflation pressure and potentially influencing central bank policy. Markets have also shown typical geopolitical patterns. Investors often rotate towards energy, defense, and other defense defensive sectors, while industries tied to travel or economic sensitivity can face higher pressure. At the same time, analysts note that while conflicts can spark short-term volatility, markets historically tend to stabilize once investors gain clarity about the duration and scale of the event. How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Securities and investment advisory services offered through Mosaic Wealth, member FINRA SIPC. Mosaic Wealth is separately owned, and other entities and or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Mosaic Wealth.
Determine that. Well, DeMarcus is better than this guy.
Not 3, not 4.
That's right.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
It's not 1, 2, or even 3. It's 7. Kevin 7 with Whitey Gleason.
So thank you, Ramsey. So I just thought if we look at games played, that's a good barometer, right? Because
Okay.
the better players are going to play more games. So we'll get to it right here. And we have Jerry coming up, top of the hour. Jerry was involved in the selections of many of these players. He might have been the GM when a player or two of some of these guys were taken. He might have actually made the pick. So, many of the Kings, the best Kings ever, came over to Sacramento via trade or free agency. Mitch, Chris Webber, Vlade, Coach Christie, Bibby, Domas. So which players drafted by the Kings ended up playing the most career NBA games, whether for the Kings or other teams? There are some surprises in here. Top 7. Players drafted by the Kings, ranked by NBA career games played. Number 7, he was the 7th pick in 1998. He ended up playing 788 games in the NBA. Jason Williams.
Dang. That's a good
played
one.
For Orlando,
Yeah.
played for Miami.
Yep.
That surprised me a little bit. I didn't realize he played that many games.
Yeah, he did. And when he got the ring in Miami as well,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. Number 6, this is a real surprise because this guy was picked 40th in 1997, but he played 793 NBA games. He was with the Kings twice, 2 brief stints. Backup point guard Anthony Johnson, drafted by the Kings in the second round of 97. He played 793 games, although he did start 62 games as a rookie. I did not expect his name to pop up there.
Yeah.
The rest of the names I think we're more familiar with. Number 5 on the list of Kings who were drafted and played the most NBA games. Kings had to wait a couple of years for him to join them. He still ended up playing 804 NBA games. The 14th pick in 1996, Peja Stojakovic.
Okay.
Tremendous player.
That's right.
Yeah. And his son scored, 17 today?
That's right. Somebody said draft him.
Number 4. This guy's underrated. 13th pick in 1995. Rock solid as a King. Still coaching in the association. Played 822 career games. Corliss Williams. I remember my brother worked at the station, and Jeff Petrie's wife worked at the station. And I had said something nice about somebody on the Kings, and she's like, "Oh, do you want tickets?" It was nice. Like, that's nice. And then my brother said, "Yeah, how about Scoreless Williamson?" And she pointed at him and said, "No tickets for you." And she wasn't kidding.
That's man. You got these names, man.
Corliss Williamson.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and the guys who've been drafted more recently haven't had time to play this many games yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So Corliss at number 4, just rock solid, a great pro. Number 3, another surprise, at least to me, 25th pick in 2001. He played 832 NBA games. This is Gerald Wallace. Gerald Wallace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did bounce around at the end, though.
Mm-hmm. He was, I think, in the expansion draft. The Kings kind of struggled with that because they had to let somebody go in the expansion draft to Charlotte. They didn't really want to. My favorite Gerald Wallace story, great guy. I was at an autograph session at this memorabilia store, and they had me next to Gerald Wallace. And I'm like, I shouldn't be next to Gerald Wallace, but okay. The guy's nice enough. Oh, you sit there. So we're signing stuff. As you can imagine, he signed a lot more stuff than I did. And at the end, the guy who ran the store, owns the store, says, "Hey, Gerald, why don't you sign us up for Whitey? And I'd been sitting next to him for, an hour. He goes, who's Whitey? But he was a nice guy.
Had you been talking throughout the day?
It was not a broadcast or anything. It was just kind of an appearance. Like we sat down and
small talk.
Yeah.
Wow. Did you say me?
I don't remember. So that's him right there. It was very humiliating. I just went like, yeah, okay, see you later. He was a nice guy, though. Number 2. Again, this is the top 7 players drafted by the Kings, ranked by NBA career games played. Number 2, he was the first player ever drafted by Sacramento. He was the 6th pick in 1985. He never became what the Kings hoped he'd become, but he played 965 career games. Joe Klein. Do you guys even know Joe Klein?
I know
he
the
went
name.
to Arkansas.
Yeah.
I sat on Joe Klein's lap in 1985 when he first got drafted here.
I'm sorry?
I
heard you. It's like, I'm sorry?
When I was 5 years old, they had pictures here at Arco Arena, and they were when I was a little kid at 5 years old, that's when I got to meet Joe Klein.
I believe other players the Kings could have drafted there, Alan, and this was a guy, he's no longer with us, rest in peace, Joe Axelson was the GM. You had, I think Chris Mullen went 7th. I think Karl Malone was in that draft. But Joe Klein, because he was a center, he was the guy they picked, and he played a long time in the NBA. Number 1, player drafted by the Sacramento Kings who played the most NBA games. 16th pick in 2000. Underrated also, like Corliss to this day, in my opinion. Went on to play in 997 NBA games. You have a guess, Ramsey? If you don't, that's fine.
I do. I looked it up.
Oh, okay. And so it's not a guess. Hito Turkoglu.
Wow.
Yeah.
Turkoglu, baby.
Yes. So the top 7 Kings drafted by the Kings in terms of NBA games played. 1, Hito. 2, Joe Klein. 3, Gerald Wallace. 4, Corliss. 5, Peja. 6, Anthony Johnson. 7, Jason Williams. Now, Bismack Biyombo also technically is in there, but I didn't include him because the Kings picked him, but they picked him for Charlotte, and they took Jimmy Fredette. So,
right. If he didn't
so he wasn't really,
the purple.
Yeah.
It's a little different.
Yeah.
Hito.
Uh-huh.
He was part of that crew, and I remember, playing with the Kings on NBA 2K, whatever.
That was NBA Live, Alan, not NBA 2K back in those days.
Okay.
Come on, Alan.
Well, I'm not a gamer, but I rocked with Hito. I rocked with Hito a lot. Mm-hmm. And clearly for a long time, because he played for a long time.
Mm-hmm. We used to do a regular weekly feature with him on the morning show on this station. And we were talking to him one time, and it was one of those things where it was awkward, and the show came to an absolute halt. You know, that happens sometimes.
Yeah.
Stopped, and he goes, "So how's show going? Good."
You just didn't have a question?
Well, I don't know. It was one of those things. Somebody said something. It's like,
Yeah.
But I don't think he was making fun. I think he was just like, "So how's show going? Good." No, not really.
Yeah. We can turn it around. There's time. Wow. The golden days.
Yeah. That was a great, great Kings team. Obviously, they came up a little short. I believe we tend to overlook this around here. But, when you're looking at the 2002 Lakers and Kings, I think the Kings had a higher payroll.
Yeah, nobody would probably assume that off the top of their head. But, man.
Yeah. We'll get back to it someday, Alan.
Yeah. Well, the goal is to, and you've talked about this before, the goal is to someday be able to talk about, I don't want to say an era that's better than that, because I think that'll be nostalgic for everybody, but at least a new era to talk about.
Yes.
I think Beam Team is there, but that's a conversation. The offseason is going to be here before you know it. Was that an era? Was a Beam Team an era or a year?
What is a shorter term for, it's like a period, a brief period? I don't know. Interlude?
Yeah.
It was like the Beam Team interlude.
I don't know if you can call, because it could be an era. I think it could be an era. It just wasn't a very memorable one after that initial season.
Yeah, if you want to call it an era, you probably have to include the year where they were good and then the next 2, right? All the way up to
that's what I was.
Mike when you let go and De'Aaron was traded.
Because that next season, you were in it.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, the West came back fierce. You were in the knockout round, and I think you got knocked out by the Pelicans, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
You were in the knockout round for the NBA Cup.
Beat the Warriors.
I think is 2 years an era, and then the year after that,
2
that's
plus.
2.5. I think it's an era.
I have to look up the definition. I don't think so, but for argument's sake, maybe we'll call it that. I have one more player.
Okay.
Yeah, for you. Remember, we're beyond the top players. Right. And this is a quote from an East executive. The guy who is most ready to play in the NBA is blank. If you didn't know anything other than watching him play, you'd think he was a 4-year player. That's how smooth.
Oh, well, I know why you saved this. That's Cameron Boozer.
No, it's Darius Acuff.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I thought you were looking up a Cam Boozer one.
No, this is, isn't that surprising?
Yeah.
To me, that's not surprising, especially because I heard what Sean Miller, the coach of Texas, said. He said that he's probably the best ever player I've ever seen play college basketball, and he's only played against him once or twice this season. So when you said about Darius Acuff, not surprised at all whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And somebody is, Mikael Brown. I know we got a break here. I mentioned this because you've been talking about his comp here. This is Scout says he's like a bigger Darius Garland.
Really?
Yes. A high-level shooter who knows how to use ball screens and make plays for others.
See? I mean, I'll take that. I would take that all day. But all these guys, Whitey, they're all going to be great.
Mm-hmm.
Just take your pick.
Yeah. I don't think Jerry Reynolds is with me anymore on Darren Peterson. We'll find out when Coach Jerry joins us next, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
When the final buzzer sounds, the action keeps going with the Sactown Sports Live events calendar. March 15th, rock legends Jefferson Starship take the stage at Hard Rock Live Sacramento, bringing decades of classic hits and high-energy performance. Then, March 20th through the 22nd, Hot Wheels Monster Trucks Live storms into the Cal Expo grandstands with massive trucks, big air, and edge-of-your-seat thrills the whole family will love. April 18th, international comedy star Russell Peters delivers a night of sharp, non-stop laughs at Thunder Valley. On May 1st, the iconic James Taylor performs performs live at Tahoe Blue Event Center for an evening of timeless songs and unforgettable moments. Friday, June 12th, country star Keith Urban brings his electrifying live show to the Nugget Event Center in Reno. And on August 16th, Kane Brown takes over Ironstone Amphitheater in Murphys for a summer night packed with chart-topping country hits, concerts, comedy, and can't miss live entertainment. Find your next big event now on the Sactown Sports Live Events calendar.
Welcome to the Barn and
Barn and Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, March 14th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies, all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnandauction.com.
KHD KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Alan Stiles.
Well, I know, Alan, you're very busy this time of year because you're kind of pseudo scouting all the teams and games. Yep. Yeah, our next guest, of course, used to actually do that for a living. So Yeah. I'm sure he was traveling all over the place back in his college coaching days. All-time Kings icon. It's a pleasure to have him back on the show. Jerry Reynolds, how are you today, Jerry?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good up here in Tahoe. Out looking at the ducks. They're doing some duck things.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know a good duck, from a bad duck, but they seem to be ducking around.
That's great. That's a great way to spend a Friday.
Yeah, for me it is, sadly.
How busy were you in your scouting days this time of year? Conference tournaments starting. How much traveling did you have to do, or did you typically focus on one player, one tournament, that type of thing?
No, well, you really traveled a lot. It was really hectic this time of year, and especially because you really were watching the conference tourney stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You tried to see as many of those games you could, and then, of course, when March Madness started, go to the various regional sites. Usually, by the time it got to the Final Four, you didn't really go. It's almost useless to do that. But trying to see the guys, that you thought might be in your area. And I mean, if you're picking fifth or sixth, well, there's probably 9 or 10 guys you probably want to really focus on. And but when you're picking 20th, well, that opens up a lot more possibilities.
Jerry, we've been going back and forth. Look, I do like NBA comps. Don't get me wrong when we do that with college players. But sometimes, Jerry, it's a little ridiculous when you'll see these websites or wherever, and they'll talk about an NBA comp for a guy, Jerry, that's been in the league for 2-3 years. We don't even know what that guy is, let alone to make him a comp of a younger version of him, I guess, coming in. What do you think about NBA comps in general when people say, well, Darren Peterson looks like this or AJ DeBanza looks like that? Do you like making NBA comps or keeping things separate?
Well, I don't necessarily like it, and I don't know how accurate it is, and yet I constantly do it. So I don't know if that's a good answer, but it's as honest as I can be, and I think every scout in the history of scoutdom does the same thing, because you're always looking, boy, we're going to draft this guy. Is he as good as so-and-so from 7 years ago or 10 years ago? And because he looks a lot like him, he's almost as good or he's not as good, that sort of thing. And I don't know that it's wrong. I don't know what to say, but so often it doesn't play out that way. But then again, sometimes you feel like a guy's not a real player or going to be, and he turns out to be extremely good. History kind of proves that.
It just seems like the most efficient way, as flawed as it is, to explain to somebody else what you see in a guy. Like, I know, talking with you this week, you had a really interesting comp for Darren Peterson. And I know you're off the Darren Peterson wagon. I'm by myself on that now. I know you like him, but Jim, you were comparing him to Ray Allen this week, huh?
I was, and it's interesting too because that's the kind of comparison people would say. Oh, geez, he's a lot better than Ray Allen. Well, really, based on what? Ray Allen was better in college, and he's played on 2 championship teams and many-time All-Star. I thought because I scouted Ray a lot, and I just think Ray was slightly better player. I don't know that his potential was more. I can't say that because everybody tells me that Peterson is a franchise guy. But the question I'd have for Whitey or anybody else, and I'm not saying I'm right, but if he's a franchise guy for the NBA, why is the franchise of the Kansas Jayhawks about the worst they've been in 10 years?
Yeah.
It's that Bill Self has no idea. He couldn't manage a 7-Eleven. That's
it. I mean, his 2 championships don't count for nothing.
That's a great point.
It is a great point because, basketball a little bit different than, some of these other sports. And obviously we got the World Baseball Classic going on, Jerry. But, yeah, when you do have a guy like that, you want it to be obvious. And it's been kind of hot and cold with a lot of these guys, Jer. Let's get to – go ahead, Jer.
Yeah, I mean, because when you look at the Bonsai, BYU's, even with the injuries they've had are better than they've been most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
So he's had an impact. Or I'd go back to other, say, first-round picks. Blake Griffin at Oklahoma. Well, he made Oklahoma a national power. Well, they're generally not a national power. Mm-hmm. And Cade Cunningham, Oklahoma State, for God's sakes, was, And so that's, I guess, that's what I would like in a number 1 pick. You know what I'm saying? A guy that, you can say, well, boy, he's really looks like got a lot of potential, and he's made his college team significantly better than they normally would be.
Well, how do we take that into account when evaluating Cam Boozer? Because obviously that's a powerhouse school, but I mean, he doesn't have bad games, Jer.
He really doesn't. Yeah, really, I think he's probably a little unfairly treated. He really has no holes in his game other than he's not flashy.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't. He's not a great jumper, runner, but he's highly skilled, and generally, skill works out.
Mm-hmm.
He's tough. There's a little bit of Tim Duncan in there.
Ooh.
By the way, I know what you're saying, and I saw Tim Duncan in college, and I'm not saying he's Tim Duncan, but I'm just saying the darn guy is a complete player,
mm-hmm.
and puts up positive numbers about every night. He's playing on a really good team, but of course they're injured now and all that. But I think whoever gets him is going to get a guy that helps him be better. And he's probably going to almost for sure be a several-time All-Star. Whether he can be the best player, on a championship contender, I wouldn't say that.
Jerry, is there, when you look at what the Kings are doing right now, and you got the vets on the bench and they're celebrating, and Nick Clifford is dunking on people, and obviously the draft lottery is right around the corner. Is there a sense of pride around this time for some of the teams that just aren't very good, even if the organization might be trying to go in a certain direction or tank, whatever you want to call it? Is there a different sense of pride in locker rooms, specifically when you get, I guess, under 20 games and you hear everybody talking about how you should be losing? Is there almost a level of, I don't want to say spite, but I guess I'll say it, hey, we'll show you, we're going to win some games right now, even though we had 82 to show you, we're going to show you in the last 20.
Alan, I really don't like giving you credit, but you hit it on it. I mean, I think you're 100% right.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it. I really think that happens a lot. I mean, with these players at this stage of the year, they've been called dogs and they're a terrible team and they're awful and they can't beat anybody and they're not even NBA players. And, they're saying, hey, we can win games. We can still win.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever, whenever we get to play, whatever, we're gonna play hard. And I think you see that not, with the Kings as well as some other teams that are down there, that they're going to really play hard and compete, and of course for a lot of reasons, because they're competing for their careers next year in many cases.
Mm-hmm. Jerry, I know we talk a lot about Devin Carter, and he just had a big game. If you were my boss and I was scouting him and I was reporting to you, here's what I would tell you. I'd say this guy is working on his jump shot. He doesn't shoot mid-range shots. He's working on the jumper. But even though defenders know he's not going to pull up and shoot mid-range shots, he still gets by them to the basket. That's the most impressive thing to me about him. I know he needs to make shots, but Jerry, he gets to the rack on guys when they know that's what he wants to do. Isn't that impressive?
It is, and you know, he has those long, kind of like the last stride is unusually long.
Yes,
kind of spreads out there, and of course I love his aggressiveness. Mm-hmm. You know, I think a guy that's really a legitimately tough, no backup guy like that will probably find a way to clean up some of his game. Mm-hmm. You know, and I just think there's a player there. I'm not saying, you know, he could be a starter on a really top flight team, but I just you know, I think there's a player there. I mean, he's tough minded. He guards you. He pisses his opponents off. I love that, because as you know from watching, like I do, and Alan, that too many of our guys make it very comfortable for the opposition.
Right. Jerry, we came up with something, I think it was last season, and I'm sure you're familiar with it. It was about Isaac Jones and the idea of being an NBA player versus a player in the NBA. We see around this time, like we talked about, all these tanking teams got dudes sitting out. So now you're pulling up G League guys that, you know, might get a cup of coffee here. What would you say about Daquan Plowden? Is he an NBA player, or is he a player that's in the NBA, at least right now?
Yeah, I'm about ready to change my opinion. You know, I would have said he's a guy who's playing in the NBA right now, but I think he could play. You know, there's a spot for him on an NBA roster, and maybe 10th, 11th, 12th man. I think it'd be a little foolish to get ahead of yourself in, truthfully, a lot of meaningless games, which means meaningless stats. Mm-hmm. But you know, he can shoot the ball, and he kind of makes himself known defensively. You know, his age is against him a little, but yeah, there's enough there that I'd almost be surprised if you don't see him on, whether it's a Kings roster, mm-hmm. that he's not on an NBA roster next year, and maybe getting a little bit of time.
Jerry, I just ran down a list a little bit ago, and I know you're on the road, so you probably didn't get a chance to hear. I wanted to see what you thought of this. I put together a list of players drafted by the Kings who played the most NBA games, not necessarily for the Kings, but players that you guys drafted who played the most games. And real quick, just the top 7. Hito is number 1, 997 games. Joe Klein second. Gerald Wallace third most games of anybody the Kings drafted. Then it goes Corliss, Peja Stojakovic, Anthony Johnson, and Jay Will. Anything that jump out to you about that list of Kings players who were drafted by the Sacramento Kings who played the most NBA games?
Well, Joe Klein right away. Now, I can guarantee he played in maybe a lot of games, but it was 5-minute stretches. So there wasn't many starting opportunities after he left the Kings. So, you know, and Joe, to his credit, was a good teammate mm-hmm. and a good third center, mm-hmm. and coaches liked him and teammates liked him, and so that allowed him to be in the league a long time and to get into games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Hito's still, to this day, I think Hito's kind of underrated. What do you think?
Oh, terribly underrated. Just, you know, one of those kind of early 3-4 guys, 6'10", and could play small forward, play power forward, shoot the 3, defend both positions. You know, and of course he had a great run with Orlando after, you know, getting to the NBA Finals that year. But yeah, he was. I always remember. I think it was his rookie or second year when Page was hurt the last 10, 11 games a year, and the Kings, and 7 or 8 of them were on the road, and he started and won all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and you can't do that by accident.
Nope.
Definitely not. Jerry, last game, DeMar DeRozan had 39 points. They should have got him 40, Jerry. We'll talk to you. We'll ask you about Bam in a couple minutes here.
Yeah.
But we saw DeMar DeRozan get 39 points. Russell Westbrook didn't play. As far as Coach Christie is concerned, about 15 games left, Jerry. We talked about the pride that the Kings might have, but they also want to be smart about this. Would you be surprised if you saw DeMar or Russell Westbrook eclipse, I don't know, 30 minutes again for the rest of the season? Is it about that time where the Kings need to make a business decision? And we could throw Precious in that conversation too. Is it about that time for the Kings to make some business decisions and make sure that they're, let's just say, prioritizing development, Jerry? That's how we'll say it. Prioritizing development.
Well, I do think, that you want to get any young player that you think has a chance to make your team or has a future with you, probably get him 25 minutes a game.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how that affects Russ and DeRozan, that'll be that. I mean, they're both playing well, and DeRozan was brilliant. I still think Houston is stupid as heck for not trying to pick him up.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be sorry. They need a bucket getter late. And but anyway, I think that's the way I'd look at it. I wouldn't worry too much about the minutes that DeRozan and Russ get, as much as make sure you're the guys, the young guys that you think might be, are or might be part of your future.
Yeah, and Coach, before we send you on your way, I just you've created a monster. You should see Alan's whole demeanor since you said, "Oh, I got to give you credit, Alan." I mean, he's got a gleam in his eye. His posture is more erect. So, for better or worse, thanks for that. I'm never ever going to hear the end of the day. As Jerry said, I was spot on. So thank you for that, Coach.
Well, I mean, he should take great pride in that. Because it's certainly meaningful praise.
That's right. Don't I know it, Jerry?
Before we let you go, what were your thoughts on the historic night from Bam Adebayo with 83, Jerry? Unbelievable.
It really was. I watched the first quarter. He had 31. I mean, it's like, who is this? Is this Elgin Baylor reincarnate, or what's going on here? I hear the critic. To me, there's nothing to criticize. The guy had a fabulous game.
Yes.
And people saying, well, they kept him in too long. Well, they kept Kobe in until every minute.
Mm-hmm.
Last time I checked, and I know this, Will Chamberlain played all 48.
Yeah.
And they went to him every play.
Mm-hmm.
And so, is Bam Adebayo one of the all-time great players? Of course not. He's probably not a top 15 in the league, but he had an amazing, historic game. Just give the damn guy credit.
I think there's something wrong in the league when not everyone can celebrate that, and there have to be nitpickers. If the league can't celebrate something like that, Jerry, I don't know. I think we're in trouble.
I kind of agree. I mean, what did he do wrong?
Yeah.
And people say, well, he had 43 free throws. Well, he didn't foul himself.
No, only Shea does that. Shea's the only one who fouls himself.
Shea does kind of foul himself a little bit, but I like him so much, I give him a pass too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that is. I think it's a little, it's like we have our preconceived ideas of who's allowed to have those kind of numbers.
Mm-hmm.
If it's Shea or Luka or somebody like that, okay.
Yeah.
Booker, Bam had one of those games. That's all you can say.
Yeah, and it is Bam. He's not like it's Joe Fiducial or somebody, right?
He's not. He's no Joe Fiducial. He passed him years ago. And although Fiducial, now he'd go to the basket.
He was all right hand though, wasn't he, Jer?
All right hand. Right hand.
Well, we appreciate it. Have fun with the Ducks. Tell them we said hello. Thank you for
I will talk to the Ducks, which is very sad in its own right, but I will talk to them on your behalf.
Appreciate that. Have a good weekend. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. See you guys.
All right.
Thank you, Jerry.
Oh, Ellen, you're spot on with that. Man.
That was good. Scout to scout. We're just,
I guess.
We're on the same wavelength.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. By the way, USA baseball underway. How are the American lads faring?
So they scored in the first inning. I think it was off of Aaron Judge hit a double, and then they got Bobby Witt Jr. in, but Logan Webb just gave off a leadoff. Logan Webb just gives up ground balls. Gave up a leadoff grounder through the 6 hole, and now Canada has your guy Naylor. Both the Naylors are in the lineup, by the way.
Yeah.
So
I'm a Josh
fan. and
yeah.
Bo, both in the lineup.
Aren't there like 7 or 8 of them?
They just keep coming up.
Yeah, it's like the Plumlees in the NBA.
Literally.
Like, there's no end to them.
Literally. There's definitely one more.
The one more you're counting is their cousin, Denzel Clark.
No, there's another nail. I thought there was another Nailer. And then, Denzel Clark is in the lineup from the A's, who we're about to talk about. So Denzel Clark is from Canada as well. So, their lineup on paper, U.S. should take care of business. On paper, of course.
Yeah. It's tough, Ellen. I don't know how closely you follow baseball, but when it's just one game,
I love it,
just
though.
one game. Anything can happen.
I wish, I'm not a baseball purist at all. You know that, Whitey. Now, banana ball, a little much sometimes. Maybe I'm just jealous because I can't do backflips while catching pop flies. I had a hard enough time just catching them normal. But banana ball is a little much, but I'm not a baseball purist at all. And I think a one-game situation would be a lot of fun. Mm-hmm. I'm the shorten the season guy. I'm the bat flip guy. I get all that. I did see this, though, Whitey, and this is what's too much. I don't know these days. I don't know if you saw this, Ramsey, because I can't tell what's real, what's not. I thought, and somebody on the text line, YouTube, tell me if you've seen this. I'm pretty sure I saw a Little League banana ball game, and that's where I draw the line. That's where I draw the line. I'll have to triple check, but I thought I saw it on Elon's Twitter. Fairly sure I saw a Little League banana ball game, and
you're not a purist. What's wrong with that?
I almost threw up in my mouth.
It's fun. It's supposed to be fun, isn't it?
That's too much. I mean, I guess
too much
you could,
what?
Now you're going to have these kids playing normal travel ball, banana travel ball. Oh, another base hit for Canada. But, I thought that was, I don't know. I'll have to double check. But that's ridiculous.
All right. If it were true, what bothers you about it? That it's not competitive enough? Or
Well, it comes up in Google.
Uh-huh.
It comes. Youth banana ball brings fast-paced, entertaining, and fan-focused rules to kids.
Oh.
Featuring quick games, no walks or bunting.
Look at that. It's fun.
And outs for fans. So this is no. We can't do this, guys.
You know that, well, you probably never played at a lower level, but I know in Little League, like Farm League, if they still have that, you used to have like clinic, farm, minors, majors. Farm League, where no one can throw a strike.
It's dressed up.
Yeah, that's fun. It's supposed to be fun.
No, I'm out.
What's wrong with teaching kids about baseball?
Are they, though?
By having fun. I assume so.
It's hard
I've
enough.
never heard of it till you
It's hard enough to figure out the normal rules. By the way,
it is hard. That's the problem with baseball. It's too hard.
I forget the CEO's name, the homie that always wears the yellow top hat.
I know you mean.
Genius.
Yeah.
Complete genius. The guy has created a monster. Good for him. Let's keep the kids out of it. Keep your millions over there.
When you first mentioned it, and I had never heard of it, my initial thought was, oh, no, that's wrong, because
no, you're
kind of flying in the face of the competitive nature of the game. But, baseball needs a little help.
No, that's not the help.
If it's a fun way to teach kids about baseball, I am for it. I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
I withhold judgment.
I think that's a good call. We got to know how far this thing's going. If it's just a fun way to learn the basics, okay. If you're doing cartwheels around the base paths and trying to make look, little Johnny is just learning how to do a ground ball. He goes to a banana ball camp or whatever.
How to field a ground ball or hit one? You said how to do a ground ball.
How to field a ground ball.
Okay,
now he's trying to field it through his legs. They're going to come back from practice and the coach of the Little League team is going to want to pull his hair out. Thinking, who let them? If I was a coach, no, I got my rule. You cannot play on my team if you're doing banana ball stuff. No, Ramsey, that's fair,
that
isn't it?
rule goes right out the window as soon as the best player ends up saying, Coach Allen, I'm playing banana ball Tuesday, but then I'll be at your game on Saturday.
No, because he's good enough to understand the difference.
Yes.
There's always exceptions to the rule.
I knew there would be.
Just like in travel ball, we had guys that I'd never seen before pop up. Allen, he's 14. Okay. What's up? My name's Allen. I never met him before, but he played first base and he hits bombs.
Yeah, the debate rages on when we come back. Also, are Sacramento fans going to embrace the A's this season? I don't know. Are you? Next, Sactown Sports. Remember, we're trying to have fun today because it's Friday, damn it.
Have you tried my Colombian tamales?
Yes, but the Mexican tamales I brought are way better.
Colombian tamales wrapped in plantain leaves are unmatched, you know.
But the Mexican tamales wrapped in corn husks are the authentic ones.
At least we can agree that they taste better with Pepsi.
Without a doubt, tamales deserve Pepsi. No matter what tamales you love, enter for a chance to win a year's worth of groceries. Powered by Pepsi. No purchase necessary. U.S. residents 18 or over. Ends April 5th, 2026. Rules at pepsipromo.com/free groceries. Pepsi is a registered trademark of PepsiCo Inc.
Upgrade your parking spot during Sky River Casino's $1 million Park Your New Ride giveaway for a chance to win a brand new Audi Q7. Grab a free daily entry at our promo kiosk, and with 100 bonus entries every Monday, your luck could turn to luxury. Winners drawn every Saturday in March and April, with 2 guaranteed Audi Q7 winners during our grand finale drawings. Visit skyriver.com for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or over.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Sunoptics Prismatic Skylights in Sacramento salutes men and women of our law enforcement, tow truck operators, and EMTs who risk their lives on our highways getting motorists out of harm's way. Drivers, use caution and common sense. Let's get the first responders home safely to their families. This message courtesy of Sunoptics Prismatic Skylights in Sacramento, founded in 1978 and still going strong. They are the inventors of the modern prismatic skylight, currently installed worldwide in major retail stores, warehouses, and distribution centers. That's Sunoptics Prismatic Skylights of Sacramento.
Welcome to the Barn and
Barn and Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, March 14th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies, all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnandauction.com.
The Tribe Guys powering your afternoons Monday through Friday on Sactown Sports.
No, I've known Alan a long time. We've worked together here a relatively short time, but we worked at the station a long time, and I knew him before that. Just found out today Alan doesn't think kids should have fun playing sports, so that's kind of surprised me a little bit.
There's a line. I need to know. I need to see a video. And I was double check. I just see pictures so far. I just need to see what is it. Just a more fun version of.
I'm sure that's all it is.
I just want to confirm.
What's more fun? What's a better way for kids to learn about baseball? We're gonna have fun. The fans are involved. It's fast-paced. We don't have a lot of walks, or just that, hey, batter, hey, batter, hey, batter, hey, batter, ball 3. Hey, batter, hey, batter, hey, batter, hey, batter, ball 4.
Hold on, though.
Which is more fun?
But to me, you're putting them in a weird situation because you could argue they'd want to play baseball less, right? You left the weekend and you're hanging out with your fun auntie or uncle, and then you get dropped back at home and your parents are making you take out the trash and do homework, and you say, man, I want to go hang out with my uncle again, right? Then all of a sudden, well, you can't leave your parents.
You're just getting them interested. Oh, what's this? This is baseball. And you know what? When you really get good, it becomes this.
You're gonna drop them. You're gonna drop them back into baseball.
It's like checkers. We'll start with checkers, then you play chess.
No, they're 8, 9 years old. They're gonna be out. I want my kids on my travel ball team to know, and my Little League team I started playing when I was 6 years old. I want them to know from Jump Street. No, I like baseball. Not, I got warmed up with banana ball, and then you're gonna drop the kid off, and the kid's gonna be, what the hell is this? No, I'm out. You know, I got 2 girls. If there's a softball version, they will not be going. No.
Keep an open mind.
This is non-negotiable.
Yeah. I'm trying to promote the game.
I'm promoting the game.
I'm trying to get more people interested in the game.
That's why in another, I'm already going to do agent, politician. I will also be the Dion one day of college baseball and or softball. You see that
thing? The Dion of college baseball?
It will be.
Okay.
But
Dion was a pretty good baseball player.
No, I'm saying as a coach.
Yeah, I got you.
But I'll tell you this much. To do that, we will not have any banana ballers on the team. By the way, if there's somebody out there that sent their kid, I don't know if it's already infected Sacramento.
I don't think so.
But if there's anyone who sent their kid to a banana ball camp, tell me what happened, and I'll back off.
I think, I could be wrong, I thought Sheena told me a couple days ago that there are more teams now in banana ball.
Oh, no, they're everywhere.
They have expansion teams.
Oh, there's Reno. You can't get away from them. Then, and I know
Why would you want to get away from them?
No. I know you've seen this, Ramsey. Now there are they're copycat leagues of banana ball.
Oh.
So now we play at night, and it's highlighter.
Gotcha.
And it's blacklight baseball at night, and we do this, and this is our spin on it. Just play the game.
That's tremendous. The game is dying.
No, you can go to that stuff, but you need to learn normal baseball. If you didn't learn traditional baseball, you won't be able, hey, kiddo, because here's what's going to happen next.
Just you even say traditional baseball. I'm a baseball fan, but I can't help but react by going.
But here's what's going to happen next. Now, all of a sudden, kids, this is going to be a problem, Whitey. You're going to go to the Little League World Series, right? And they're going to say, just like they do, hi, my name is Johnny John, and my favorite player is Aaron Judge. The first time you hear, hi, my name is Johnny John, and my favorite player is the stilt guy from Banana Ball. I'm going to throw something at the
That's
TV.
allowable.
No. It's gone too far now.
I need to hear from the voice of reason here. 339-1140, 1-800-920-1140. Let's bring in Mitch. Hey, Mitch, what's going on?
What's popping, guys?
Hey.
Alan, when you're dean of college football, you're still going to do your show, right?
That's right. I'll figure it out, Mitch. Don't you worry.
So last year with my oldest grandson, he was 2.5, boy. We took him to baseball, soccer, swimming. They want to goof around anything but that. I have a little basketball rim there. I've used it more than he has. I missed it. Well, I brought it downstairs, so I won't be using it. I'm waiting for him to get into sports. I'm just hoping.
Mm-hmm.
You say it's a deep draft, but no generation. I just hope we don't get stuck. Some of these guys kind of remind me of Marvin Williams, even Harrison Barnes, which I kind of miss him. But do you get the feeling if there's no generation? You got 2 guys hurt now.
Yeah.
I know Peterson's hurt, but Cal Wilson is gone for the season. Are they going to pull a Zion or Kyrie Irving just playing half a semester?
I don't know.
That's the feeling I get.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Mitch.
Generational players here, according to Scout. Don't ask me, though. Ask Scout Allen.
Generational.
Marvin Williams. That's a nice callback, but I don't see any Marvin Williams in this.
Generational.
I thought Marvin Williams was going to be a much better pro than he was.
Again, this is Vince Goodwill of ESPN. He said his view is that it's just AJ to Bansa as far as generational.
He used the term life-changing.
Okay,
right?
Yeah, life-changing.
Yeah, and he was quoting a scout.
Right. And you'll see stuff. The thing about Darren Peterson that you always see is, he's the most gifted scorer. Right? Or he is an NBA-ready scorer. They don't say franchise changer. That's my holdup with Darren Peterson and Cam Boozer. Very solid player, right? Or NBA-ready right now. But as far as generational, I think there is a world, Whitey, where this could be the 03 draft. Is this the 03 draft without LeBron? Would that be realistic, right? A lot of NBA guys, maybe even some Hall of Famers that just weren't number ones. I know Dwayne Wade was the number one, don't get me wrong. So maybe you find the Dwayne Wade in the bunch. And we talked about going back and forth with Chris Bosh and Carmelo. So that was 4 out of 5. But franchise changers, I think it's just it just depends on who you talk to. Yeah. Was Carmelo a franchise changer? I'd say yes. But since they didn't win a championship or, didn't even get to a finals, I think people have a hold up there. So it could be the 03 draft without LeBron, which is kind of a big deal.
Marvin Williams is kind of a scary one because he was the number 2 pick in 2005 by Atlanta. And ended up playing 15 years in the NBA, averaged 10.2 points a game. His career high points per game was 14.8. So he was just a guy who's like, he's pretty good for a long time. The number 2 pick.
Right.
Some people will tell you, Alan, I'm surprised you're not all over this. There's kind of a bad juju with the number 2 pick sometimes.
Yeah, but
I some bad number 2 picks. As we know all too well here in Sacramento.
Well, look, Alex Sarr is looking to change that. I'll tell you this much at the very least, and now this is sounding a bit more sad, but we know a top 5 player is probably going to play in the league for a very long time. So we know that the Kings, as long as they stay within the top 5, we know that the Kings are going to add an NBA player. We just don't know what level, which is huge
the last time they picked second, though.
Those were the Kangs. They're not the Kangs anymore.
Okay.
So they're trying not to be. But I don't know. It feels like 70% hit rate, 1 through 5. And now look, that could be Patrick Williams, but he's an NBA player. He's only making 18 a year. That's not what you want. And so it's a very broad term, don't get me wrong, but you will add an NBA player, a young NBA player to your roster.
Where did your beloved Dubs pick Jimmy Wise?
2. It's Friday the 13th. What's 3 minus 1? 2.
That's true.
Wow.
I never looked at it that way.
I mean.
But hopefully they won't end up with a second pick. And if they do, they'll get it right.
They'll get it right. I mean, we could pull up number 2 picks. I'm sure there are a bunch of good ones.
There's a few. Jay actually has said, I don't know if he still feels this way, and all the best to Jay. He's not with us today. Should be back on Monday. Jay says he hopes the Kings pick 3rd because that way all the tough choices are made for them and they can't really screw it up.
I'm with Jay on that. I
might have been with Jay on that before, but with this new regime, Scott Perry, and the way Scott Perry and B.J. Armstrong aced the draft last year.
That's true.
I want number 1.
Yeah, I'm with Jay on that. Here you go, Whitey. Dylan Harper. These are number 2 picks, okay? Dylan Harper, Alex Sarr, Brandon Miller, Chet Holmgren, Jalen Green, James Wiseman, Ja Morant, Marvin Bagley, Lonzo, Brandon Ingram, D'Angelo Russell.
It's not horrible.
Jabari Parker, Victor Oladipo, Michael Kidd-Gilchrist, Derek Williams, Evan.
Okay, just stop.
Evan Turner, Hasheem Thabeet, Michael Beasley, Kevin Durant.
Okay, yeah.
LaMarcus Aldridge.
Derek Williams is the one I thought, he's going to be good.
Yeah. Yeah. Marvin Williams, as Mitch brought up, Emeka Okafor.
And you said Jabari Parker?
Jabari Parker.
Did you see? I think I just saw this recently on social media. There's a picture of him.
Man.
I don't know if it's retouched or something, but his knee, he's still playing and his knee is just.
It doesn't even look like a kneecap.
He's had, so much work done on it.
Yeah. Darko Milicic.
Here's
Here's another one. Jay Williams. That was the curse of Michael Jordan, or so people said. That's in 02. Then it stops at 01. Tyson Chandler.
You say that like that's good news? I mean, he was pretty good. Yeah.
Tyson Chandler.
Yeah.
Tyson Chandler. Yeah, they might not want the second pick. That is not great. Kevin Durant, and I don't even know what to do with Chet, to be honest. So Kevin Durant.
Yeah, Chet was he's an outstanding world champion, great player. Number 2 pick. So you're right. There's nothing to it.
Chet without Shea? I don't know.
Doesn't matter.
Because we're not looking for, well, I guess at this point, we might be looking for Robin. We're looking for somebody. We're just starting the Justice League. Can we get somebody? We'll take anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Avengers. I know Brand New Day. I think something's coming out for Spider-Man Brand New Day. What's Spider-Man's buddy's name? We'll take him. Just give us somebody.
Just introduced my grandson to Spider-Man. It's very exciting. He loves him. He loves him.
Just make it clear that Tobey Maguire is the real deal. It's the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man.
No, it's Andrew.
No, don't say that. I will turn this mic off. Garfield.
Yeah.
No. You know why?
He's the real Spider-Man.
No, he's too cool. He's too cool looking. Spider-Man is supposed to be like a nerd. Andrew Garfield looks like the popular kid at school.
He's the best Spider-Man by
No,
far.
don't
By
do that.
far.
No. All right.
I bet he was a number 2 pick.
Yeah, no.
in the Spider-Man draft.
Yeah. No, that's not him if he's your guy. I'd take him number 2. Come on, it's Toby, man.
All right, Sacramento fans, are we going to get behind the A's this year? What do you think? Next, Sactown Sports.
Happy Friday, my friends. Johnny Mosley here. Toyota and I are back to walk you through today's weather. It's time for Friday's Toyota Tahoe Report. Yes, let's see what Mother Nature's got on the menu.
Thanks, Johnny. Friday brings clouds over the Sierra, but don't let the gray skies fool you. Temperatures climb into the low 60s with calm winds. Looking ahead to Saturday, expect overcast skies to linger with highs near 60. This report is brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
At Planet Fitness, we're getting strong for the season's biggest games. Join now and your first month is free. Whether you're chasing a buzzer beater or your everyday goals, we've got next-level amenities like red light recovery and hydro massage to help you rebound and recover. Plus, with the PF Black Card, you can bring a friend anytime and access over 2,800 locations. Join now for $1 down, $24.99 a month, and get your first month free. No commitment. Deal ends Friday, March 13th. Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet.
Business moves fast, and so do we. At Bank of Marin, we team up with businesses in the greater Sacramento area to help you drive the lane and score big. With dedicated relationship bankers and local decision-making, we help you move quickly, whether you're upgrading equipment, buying your next building, streamlining cash flow, or fueling growth. From expansion to investment, we're ready to help you win. Bank of Marin, your local business bank. Visit us at bankofmarin.com. Member FDIC.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Injured and you're considering an LA law firm looking to charge you 45% to 50% in attorney's fees? That's overcharging. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years, and I can tell you no matter how complicated your injury case, you should never be charged 45% or 50% in attorney's fees ever. Direct, experienced, unrelenting, and honest local representation matters. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries. So for the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
Welcome to the Bar None.
Bar None Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, March 14th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies, all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnoneauction.com.
Stream the Drive Guys on Sactown Sports 1140.
Well, I figured if we're playing any Stevie, it would be, on Friday the 13th. Very superstitious. So,
Oh, yeah,
anyway,
that's right.
Yeah. But happy birthday to whoever's birthday it is today.
Be careful.
Oh, it's Ramsey's daughter. I knew when he played that, I was like, okay, Ramsey wants to wish happy birthday to somebody. What's her name?
She's now 22. As I call her, D-Rose. She's now 22 years old, so now I feel like an adult. Happy birthday, Delilah.
There you go.
There you go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, D-Rose.
Happy birthday to you.
Yes. By the way, if you have a chance, you might want to do this 7 o'clock, and you see Ramsey up there. I think Ramsey's going to go out there tonight, too. Sky River, and you remember Kyle, is it Kyle Draper? Draper. Kyle Draper, he came in and he told us he's going to be at the Sky River Casino Straight Game Pod.
He told us multiple times. No, he hijacked the show.
He'll be on the Straight Game Pod tonight. They'll be doing that live. Mike Bibby, Eddie House, Sky River Casino, and Kyle Draper tonight. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 7 o'clock.
Ramsey will be in the building.
Mm-hmm.
Draper told us time and time again. Thank you, Kyle Draper.
Yeah, that's so cool of you to come in. That's great to see it. Yeah. Anyway, don't forget about my podcast.
Yeah. Hey, you guys gonna let me talk about this or not? Because that's why I'm here. Okay. Yeah, that's your guy.
Don't forget my podcast.
Baseball today, Alan. Your beloved Oakland Athletics. They're not the Oakland Athletics anymore. I'm going to call them that forever. Sorry. They fell to the Padres 13-9, but they also beat the Brewers 13-4.
Mm-hmm.
I think, split squad, what have you. Is this the year? I know this is only year 2. Do you think Sacramento fans are going to get behind the A's this year?
I say this with all the love in the world. They will if they're good. There's no reason for Sacramento to feel any type of loyalty to this team if they're not good and show up if they're not good. But if they're good, it's fun to watch high-level baseball. That's something Sacramento has experienced having a Major League Baseball team in Sacramento. They have not experienced having a winning baseball team in Sacramento. So that's something you can check off the list. And, Carmichael Dave, whether we agree with him or not about this being the last opening day due to the lockout and how long that may or may not last and where the development of the new ballpark is in Las Vegas, I think that as that noise might get a little bit louder, if this team is in the runnings for that third wild card, I think fans will be all over it. But if they're not good, then I think there's been enough, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Whitey. It feels like there's been enough debunking of the, hey, well, if you show up, then we might have a better chance. It feels like there's been enough debunking of that I don't know how much fans are going for it versus just the fact that, here's the thing, if they win, our price is going to go up.
Last year, the A's got off to a terrible start with Sacramento fans. Even before the season started with the ticket prices, they were just sky high. So a lot of fans were upset about that. Then the season started, as we know, and attendance wasn't very high, so they lowered the prices, further alienating the people that had paid a lot of money. Those were the people that were really excited, right? The people that paid up front, through the nose in some cases, and then, so they were alienated early on. And then, it did take the A's some time to figure things out in the new park, which is understandable, but it was a bad combination. And then shortly thereafter, maybe you can remember exactly when, Alan, but then they lost, 21 out of 24, whatever it was. And at that point, it's like, I'm out.
Right. And it was so funny because we would talk to players and coaches from the A's and have them on the midday show. They'd always say, if you eliminate those 21 games, you're right there in it. Yeah, but that's a lot of games that you lost, though.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
Yeah, and that just poked a hole in your season and glub. My guess is more fans this year will be a little more cautious, and if they play better, to your point, maybe people will start coming around to it. But I think people are more, hey, you got to give me more reasons to come out.
Yeah.
I'm open to it, but what do you got?
I think that they're very open to it. I don't know what's going to happen with, the Oakland contingent going to games and, just still trying to stand on business. But when I was out there, Whitey, whether it's for River Cats or for the A's just as a fan, a lot of people, they wanted to be into it, even with how the A's dealt with them. Now, obviously, they're at the game, so clearly they're into it. But most of the people I talked to, they said, I just think it's cool that they're out here and I get to take my son or my daughter. I just think it's a cool situation. Now, to be fair, I went fairly early in the season, too. I think once the A's just weren't very good, there was no reason. And everyone that was interested already got their fill because the season's so dang long. But if you were good, you'd have some repeat customers. I think that was the deal. I don't know how many repeat customers the A's had. I think they had so many people filtering in that were new and wanted to check it out. They did that, and then they felt like they had their fill. If they were good, I think the experience was probably great. Just, you're able to get food, and, it is a more intimate setting, as they said on that fateful day. Mm-hmm. But once you did it, okay, well, they stink, so there's no reason to go back. If they're good, you might get some repeat customers. I don't know how much of it, and on top of a new group. But if they're not good, I don't know why new people would go unless Dave is correct. And it comes down, hey, based on this lockout, might be the last year. But at that point, then it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to be motivated to go because, they might not be here next year.
Yeah.
But I do think people are going to give them a chance. Last year, I think the A's had a really hard time getting acclimated to new facilities and a quirky new stadium. And I think that contributed a lot to the losing streak. And again, then you have like Severino, and he's falling down on the mound, and, he's talking about how uncomfortable it is, and then he's showing physically. I think it just looks so bad that the A's, in some cases inadvertently, just push fans away.
Mm-hmm.
And now you've got the 916 days. So on Saturdays, I believe, right? It's the 916 days of Sacramento.
So. Yeah.
So, it appears that at least some people have learned from their mistakes. So, but I do think, to your point, I think if they get off to a decent start, fans around here are so starved for a winner, period.
Yeah.
I think maybe there's a good chance they'll start to get behind it, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's the thing. It would be the experience of watching a Major League Baseball team has now been had by all of those who wanted to go. Now it turns into...
And let's face it, Alan, it's not like we never went to baseball before. We just drove down to the Bay Area.
In Sacramento.
Yes.
Now it turns into I get to watch a team that, they could win this game, or this game matters.
It's a very likable team.
Yeah, this game matters. And I don't know, I guess the elephant in the room, Whitey, and I did mention it on the kind of the Oakland contingent side of it. Yeah, I don't know. What I really wanted to say is, to be honest with you, and my whole thought process on this from the very beginning was, feel however you want to feel. I'm not going to tell anybody how to feel. I'm not going to, Oakland A's fans getting mad at Sacramentans and that whole weird Oakland-Sacramento thing that was going on, and, kind of two cities that I think should be, supporting each other, not doing that. I don't think that the idea of supporting John Fisher, even if it's not directly, from what I saw and who I spoke with, I didn't hear anybody, the conversation would typically go like this. Yeah, I feel bad for Oakland, but it is really cool that we're going to have a team out here, and they're already at the game. So they've already paid, or somehow they got into the game. So I don't think that will be an issue. That was the first year. So now another year removed from Oakland, and, pain heals or time heals most wounds. I don't think there will be a lot of people that won't go because of John Fisher, especially if they get good.
I think they might, in the sense of not specifically Fisher, but just the way John Fisher's actions were perceived, and especially from fans of the Oakland A's. I think a lot of people look at all of that as like, it's just kind of a bad vibe,
Yeah.
Yeah, so they have a lot to overcome in that regard.
Yeah, I don't know.
But they got a lot to work with a really fun young team.
Winning cures everything. People overlook a lot for winning, just like me and my future banana ball players.
Yeah. I know you do the Giants pod. Do they even have one for the A's?
They do.
Do they? Okay.
They do.
Uh-huh.
They do. And funny enough, that got a little bit dicey with, how they talk about the situation themselves.
Oh, so, that's right. I think, I apologize. I've seen some of that.
I'm just like, I'm over here.
What are you doing this weekend besides watching college basketball?
Well, like we mentioned, next weekend's the big weekend, Whitey. My birthday is next Saturday.
Yeah.
So keeping it pretty chill this weekend, putting in some family time, because next week, I'll be doing my own thing.
Thank you, Ramsey. Thank you for being with us. We've got Westwood One Sports Radio next, right here on Sactown Sports. Have a good weekend.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What's going on? We're talking to Chad Hobblet, a Hobblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. He's here to tell us what's going on for the Declaration of Deal sales event.
Come learn the art of savings with Hobblet when you save up to $13,500 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 2500 and 3500s. Some are even available with 0% financing for 36 months. Plus, with the return of the iconic 5.7-liter Hemi with an all-new 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, you'll find what you already know. This is the best Ram yet.
But do you have the Ram I'm looking for?
Yes, and if we don't, we'll order it for you. The reason we are consistently one of the top Ram dealers on the West Coast is our huge Ram inventory, with over 400 available, including those hard-to-find heavy duties.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobbletDodge.com. Nobody beats Hobblet, period.
$13,500 net savings on select new 2026 Ram 2500 Limited Longhorns after $1,500 factory rebates. Discounts include $1,000 Hobblet business owner bonus with proof of business ownership. Rebates include $500 on-the-job upfit, must show eligible upfit. Sample VIN 152135. 0% financing for 36 months, only available through SFS for well-qualified buyers in lieu of all rebates. $27.77 per $1,000 borrow. See dealer for details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Here's the tale of Tina, searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Tell Good RX Rodent, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I'd put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
How can you grow your business from idea to industry leader? With smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need. Go to amazonbusiness.com for support.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've got two solo hours. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can also tweet me at PatBoyle44. We'll get you caught up and updated on all the conference tournament college basketball games in a bit. Get you caught up on Team USA against Canada in the World Baseball Classic, and we'll get you caught up on the NBA scores as well on a busy Friday night in the NBA. But I want to talk a little football here because the Philadelphia Eagles, they've had quite the offseason in the sense that they've basically done nothing. They re-signed punter Braden Mann. They signed Reek Woolen to play corner for 1 year, $15 million. And other than that, they've basically done nothing. They've lost several players. Reed Blankenship went to the Houston Texans. Nakobe Dean went to the Las Vegas Raiders. Jalen Phillips went to the Carolina Panthers. 3 defensive starters alone have already departed the Philadelphia Eagles. But the biggest question mark this offseason was always about A.J. Brown. Would they or would they not trade him? And I was pretty adamant that the Philadelphia Eagles would not trade A.J. Brown and that they could not trade A.J. Brown. And earlier today, Diana Rossini of The Athletic reporting that the Patriots and Rams are making strong pushes to acquire A.J. Brown, but that Howie Roseman's reported preferred compensation in return, his demand is both a first and a second-round draft pick. And then Diana Rossini also followed up and said that after serious conversations with both the Rams and Patriots, the Eagles will not trade A.J. Brown at this time. Both teams remain interested, but no move is imminent. If a trade were to happen, it would likely heat up closer to June 1. And the reason is because of how much money it would cost the Philadelphia Eagles just to trade A.J. Brown. And it's part of the reason why I never thought they would trade him this offseason. Even after June 1, I still don't think they'll trade A.J. Brown. Because here's this. If the Eagles trade A.J. Brown before June 1, it doesn't matter what his salary cap hit was or what his contract is. If the Eagles trade A.J. Brown before June 1, it's $43.5 million in dead cap. That means just to trade A.J. Brown, the Eagles will still be on the hook because of the guarantees in his contract. They'd be on the hook for $43.5 million this season. They're not doing that. It just does not make sense from a financial standpoint. The Eagles have limited cap space as it is. They can't then trade away their best receiver. I don't care how much of a distraction you think he is. I don't care if you thought that they would go games without throwing the football. And in the couple of games where he had over 100 yards, they weren't that successful just in terms of the wins and losses. They're not trading a player of that caliber and taking on that big of a cap hit. Even if they trade A.J. Brown after June 1, they still are going to be on the hook for a decent amount in dead cap money. Even if it's a trade with the Rams or the Patriots, once, right around training camp or before training camp in June or in July, the Eagles would still be on the hook. This is according to Spot Track. The Eagles would still be on the hook for over $16 million in dead cap money this year. And they'd still be on the hook for that $43 million. They would just space it out over 2 years. They would then have to pay $27 million in dead cap money in 2027. You can't get rid of that. You can't move it. You can't change it. The Eagles would have to pay a decent, if not a significant amount of money just to trade A.J. Brown. They're not doing it. They're not doing it from a financial standpoint, and they're not doing it from a team success standpoint. His play on the field, again, in 2024, it was all about Saquon Barkley and the offensive line and that run game, that anything that A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith added was the cherry on top. The Eagles were a run-first team, but when they needed A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith to step up, they both did. The Eagles, they were a machine. It's why they won the Super Bowl. I mean, flat out. It's why they won the Super Bowl. That, and they had incredible defense. This past season, the offensive line took a step back. Saquon Barkley took a step back. Jalen Hurts took a step back. And yeah, Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown, like nobody on the Eagles offense was as good as they were the year before. That's why they struggled. That's why they had their offensive struggles throughout the season. That's why they got bounced in the first round by the 49ers. And that's why they fired Kevin Patullo, because on top of all the players that struggled, Kevin Patullo had no business being the offense coordinator and the play caller for that team. He was downright disastrous. He was a terrible hire, never should have been calling plays in the first place. I used to say this about Arthur Smith, and it still rings true about him. But for Kevin Patullo, my 9-year-old nephew with a box of crayons could have drawn up better plays than him. All the boring route trees, the non-creativity, the stupid shotgun inside zone handoff for Saquon that gets 1 yard, and then, we're in 3rd and 8 again. I guess we better play it very cautious and carefully and rely on our defense. You don't trade away A.J. Brown and take on that big of a hit. And I don't care if you do get a first round and a second round pick back. The Eagles have been very successful that, they're picking at the end of the round. A.J. Brown is still a guy that is in the prime of his career. He's 28. He's going to be 29 when the season starts. And for as much as he struggled, here were his numbers this past season. He still put up 1,000 yards and 7 touchdowns. He's put up 1,000 yards or more in all 4 seasons as an Eagle. And in 2024, he only played 13 games and still put up 1,000 yards. The first 2 seasons he was in Philadelphia, when he was fully healthy, he put up 1,400 yards each year and a combined 18 touchdowns in those 2 seasons. The Philadelphia Eagles have to figure it out this offseason in terms of what's our freaking identity on offense. Do we want to try to lean back on being a dominant running team? Well, they tried that and they couldn't do it. And then it was like, we don't have a clue how to draw up a play for a forward freaking pass. If you trade A.J. Brown now, what are you getting back other than the draft picks? You're not getting back players. Free agency is almost all but done. I know there's some receivers that are still on the market. Jawan Jennings is a nice receiver. He's not replacing the production of A.J. Brown. Debo Samuel's not replacing the production of A.J. Brown. So then what? The Eagles are going to take a receiver in the first round, something they never do? There's no shot. There's no shot. Again, what they do in the draft in April is going to be very telling. But even then, I don't think they're trading A.J. Brown. And that's the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. If you think the Eagles will trade A.J. Brown, if you think I'm wrong, if you think they should trade A.J. Brown, even if they're going to end up paying for it, you can call in. You let me know. 310-840-4910. If you think the issues last year, maybe it wasn't so much Kevin Patullo. Maybe it was A.J. Brown. Maybe he's a distraction. Maybe you think that he's a locker room cancer and that the distraction he provides is not worth it. He's not worth the headache. I still don't think that we've reached that stage in Philadelphia. And again, I got my own questions and concerns with Nick Sirianni as the head coach. I got my questions and concerns with the new offense coordinator, Sean Mannion. But I think the Eagles need to be a team this year on offense that says, you know what? We still think that we're better than you, 1 for 11 on our side of the ball, and we're going to freaking give our guys. We're going to throw the football to our stars. We're going to throw the football to A.J. Brown. We're going to throw the football to Devontae Smith, and then we're going to run it with Saquon Barkley, and there's not a damn thing you can do to stop it. And last year it felt like the Eagles were they were playing defense on offense, doing the same boring stuff, very predictable, very bland, very vanilla. The Eagles got to be able to throw the freaking football down the field this year. They got to take some shots on first down. I don't care. Look, if the Eagles have a 3-and-out where they throw a deep ball on first down and it's incomplete, and they throw the ball again on second down, they only get 3 yards, and then you get in a position where it's 3rd and medium or 3rd and long, and Jalen Hurts takes a sack, or you try to throw, I would rather that than see what the hell they put on display this past season, because it was a joke. And the Eagles, that's not the only problem they have. They also got to worry about Dallas Goedert. and whether or not they're going to bring him back. Because again, they have stood by and basically been